Hello. How's it going? Yeah, out of nowhere, random live stream. How about that? Can you hear me okay? I'm using my old school shitty microphone. And my old school shitty camera. This is like OG setup because I didn't bother to set up my fancy stuff. Cool. Yeah. You know, this microphone isn't so bad. It's good for live streaming, I think. When it's not super urgent. Bog's still awake. That's good. Didn't fall asleep. I about fell asleep. Okay, good. Yes. This doesn't need to be ASMR. Hey, what's up, Cynical? Oh, cyclical, not cynical. I remember your comment from earlier. I answered your comment earlier, Cyclical. How's it going? Yes. It's time to do some reaction. It's time to become a proper YouTuber and do some reaction videos. That'd be kind of fun to do some streams where I react to things, but like react to like weird stuff instead of just, you know, oh my god, release date. Oh, it's so hype. Some Einhander? Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. I'll definitely play some Einhander. That's on the to-do list. Yes, finally some real content. So you hear about those, you know, E3 is dead now, so I can't even meme about E3 anymore. What would I react to? I guess Nintendo Directs or whatever. Yeah, this is your guys' stream though. Let's chat. You guys are in charge. What do you guys want to talk about? Hey DJ Sesam, long time no see. What's your favorite shmup on and on what platform? My favorite shmup is Dodonpachi. It is actually not properly ported anywhere. All the ports absolutely suck. Saturn version sucks. PlayStation 1 version sucks. PlayStation 1's a little better, but it's broken and crappy. And then there's the 360 version via Instant Brain. That one is terrible because it has no slowdown. So that might even be the worst of all of them, though it is kind of functional in terms of this chaining and stuff. So there is no good version of Dodonpachi in terms of ports, sadly. The best version is playing it on shmup MAME, or Mr. And there's the Mr. Trainer. That's close to a port, right? So play the Mr. Trainer version. How about that? Or play it on MAME or Shmup Arch. Have I played Death Stranding? I actually haven't, so luckily I don't have to comment on that game. I was watching some early footage of Death Stranding, because, you know, I'm always kind of interested in what Kojima is up to. And I have a view of Kojima that I think is kind of interesting, where Kojima has two states of being. Kojima is either brilliant, innovative, or a complete idiot. And it's like he vacillates between these two states of being with his games. So I get the feeling that Death Stranding may not be in the brilliant category, but I actually haven't played it, so I can't confirm that. But yeah, so I think Kojima could be another one of those examples of the auteur directors that we all look up to and think are amazing. And he is really cool and talented, I'm sure. But without their studio, without their staff backing them up, you know, it kind of goes to show that large-scale video game development is not as auteur as we'd like to think, that you need a really solid staff of talented people behind you to make good stuff. That's my take on Death Stranding. So I haven't played it. It could be amazing for all I know, but I know it involves traversal and menus, two things that I hate. So it's unlikely that I'll play it, and I'm not really into his storytelling all that much. Though Metal Gear Solid has some cool story stuff. But yeah, that would be my take on Death Stranding. Is it probably doesn't have that Metal Gear magic because you need Konami. You know, it's like you need both. You can't just have one. Can't just have Kojima, and you can't just have Konami. They need to come together. Peanut butter and jelly. Oh, okay, let me get... That was a great question. Now that got me off track here. Oh, I love original Resident Evil 4. I think Resident Evil 4, I think of it more of like a beat 'em up than a shooter. It's got some shooter elements, of course, because you do shoot, but it's kind of like it's like a prototype of Wanted Dead. I'm kidding. It's kind of similar to Wanted Dead in that you have both melee combat and shooting really tightly integrated, though. Hey, DJ Sesam went to Hey Arcade, Mikado. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, I'd love to know the state of the arcades out there. If it's rough times or if still people are cooking out there. I'm a little bit behind on the chat. I'll catch up as quickly as I can. Lumace asks, quick thoughts on Mario new Sonic game. Oh, I haven't played these or anything, but I couldn't help but roll my eyes when I saw a channel that I generally like. What's the channel? The Australian guy. The Australian guy who does mods and stuff. I guess he's venturing into doing reviews. And he was saying something, he called it like a masterpiece. I was like, oh my god. And then I went and saw the new Martin Scorsese movie. And of course, every video out now is like, masterpiece? That term, I can't do it anymore. I can't even make my own. Even if I think something's a masterpiece, I cannot make a video now that calls anything a masterpiece because that term is just like ridiculously overused. So from what I understand, both Sonic and Mario Bros, they're both masterpieces, right? Which means they're games at this point. And a game that you like is a masterpiece now. I haven't played them. I don't really like modern Nintendo stuff so much, though. And Sonic, I like Sonic to some degree, so I might check that out. But it's not quite up my alley. You never know, though. If something about it catches my interest, you never know. So it's not off the table. I guarantee you the new Mario game doesn't have a timer, though. Oh, that's cool. Cyclical mentioned that his dad beat Gradius. Yeah, you know, some non-gamer dads have some surprising talents when it comes to gaming. Like my dad's non-gamer as well, but he was hella good at Pac-Man. So there you go. Never played video games, but really good at Pac-Man. Oh, Razor's asking if you should get a Mister or stay tuned for this Project Mars. I wish I could weigh in on that. The Project Mars sounds interesting. They're both, I'm assuming, open source. So I wish I could say, I wish I had more insights on that. But, you know, people don't send me this type of hardware. So if I want to check out Project Mars, I'd have to buy it. You know, so I don't have the funds for that right now. I'm still making a little Christmas wish list of getting a Steam Deck. So that would probably be higher on the priority list for me. But it does sound interesting, like a beefed up Mister. The interesting thing about it, though, is would that be all of that useful? Because if all of the developer, it's almost like a operating system thing or like a console thing. Like if all the open source developers are working on the Mister and aiming at Mister specs, you know, so you'd have to have someone take the time to work on the Mars and make Mars special in some way, which is possible. But you never know. So I guess keep an eye on it. I think the smart answer would be keep an eye on Mars. Don't just buy it for the hype. Kind of keep an eye on it, make sure it's actually good, and then buy it. That's always a good idea with new hardware, especially homebrew type of stuff. What Beam? I'm still really behind. Sorry. Beam asks, "What's an acceptable frame of input lag? Do you feel the difference between 1 and 2 frames?" I feel like I can tell the difference. To be honest, I'm sure if you like Pepsi challenged me, I would not pass it super well. But I do feel like I can tell the difference between 1 and 2 frames. Just because 1 frames is so exceptionally rare that it's like, whoa, this is crazy. This feels extra responsive, even below 2 frames. But I have this sort of scale of input lag, and you have to adjust it a little bit based off genre. Like beat 'em ups, I can accept a little bit more input lag. Fighting games, I can accept a little bit more input lag. But shmups, they need really, really low input lag. So my metric is 1 is amazing, 2 is very, very good and kind of the ideal. Most things are around 2. 3 is average, solid. You'd consider that like a really good solid port, 3 frames. 4 is, now we're getting to, I would consider that kind of laggy. Like when I see 4, I'm like, ugh, you know, that's a little laggy in my opinion. 5 is for me the last playable amount of lag that I'll play. Because I know when I say playable, some people get mad like, oh man, you could play on 12 frames and still work. I don't mean like actually physically possible playable. I mean that I will personally tolerate. Anything above 5 I won't do. So 5's the final amount of, that's the cutoff point. It's 5, and then if it's 6 or up, I won't play it. So that's my personal lag scale. 2 and 3 are usually the ideal. 1 is crazy. It's cool if you see it, but it's pretty rare. Okay, going through the questions, comments. What is the best shmup to buy on Xbox One? I actually think this is a little bit easy, DJ GR. You think this would be a complicated question, but it's actually not. I'm quite sure the best shmup to buy on the Xbox One is Battle Garega Revision 2016. Because Battle Garega Revision 2016 is one of the best shmups of all time. And it was during that era where M2 still were trying to sell stuff on the Xbox. So I think they did Battle Garega Revision 2016, and they did Dangun Fever Run. And as fun as Dangun is, I think we all can agree that Battle Garega is the superior game. So that would be the answer. Battle Garega Revision 2016. And the fun part about playing it on the Xbox One is if you get a high score, you'll probably be in like the top 10 or something, because no one plays on that version. So you could like get the world record on the like you could be the king of the Xbox leaderboards if you got it on there. So that would be my answer. Garega. Did I see Sakurai's last video about arcade? No, I don't watch Sakurai's channel because, I don't know, I have kind of a love-hate relationship with Sakurai, to be honest, where, you know, Smash, let us not forget what obliteration he did to Smash. I think most people have kind of moved on from that, but the fact that he took Smash, and it wasn't just Melee, he took Smash 64, Smash Melee, and then just ran that series into the ground in terms of mechanics and all that kind of stuff, design. I just think modern Smash is truly terrible. So it's kind of hard for me to respect him so much. But he did also work on Melee and stuff, so he's got, there's a love-hate relationship there. So I don't really pay attention to him too much, especially because some of his takes are out there. Like he made this video about like old good, new bad, I think it was. We did this whole podcast episode about it on Best Guy Ever's channel. And I can't quite remember what the thesis of his video was, but it was something like, yeah, just don't worry about it, man. Forget it. Forget old shit. Just worry. Let's just focus on right now. And of course, he would love us to forget old shit like Melee, of course. So I don't really watch Sakurai's channel, but people talk about him to me quite a bit. He's not one of the Japanese developers I really keep an eye on. But he is very popular, so you got to give him that. He's like the Nintendo's Kojima, basically. Him and Kojima kind of have that going for him. Max Payne. Max Payne's awesome. I don't even know what the context of that was, but Max Payne's freaking awesome. We lost Mark. Am I back? We didn't lose me again, did we? I must be back. Is context Bog asks, is context sensitivity truly bad, or is Matthew Matosas lying to us? I think Matthew's lying a little bit. Bog knows my thoughts on this because we rant about it on Discord to each other all the time. But I think like Matthew Matosas' video on context sensitivity is a really common type of thing that we see with game design discussions, where like people, when they design games, it feels like, at least discuss games, it seems like most people like want this sort of overriding correct answer for things, like this overall principle that just guides you perfectly every time. So with context sensitivity, the thing about context sensitivity is that it is a design concept that is both good at times, like very good at times, and also can cause some issues at times. So you have to use it really contextually. You have to be boggle like this. You have to be context sensitive to your use of context sensitivity, right? Context sensitivity is context sensitive as to where it is good in your design, because sometimes it really helps. It cuts down on a lot of issues, and other times it can cause issues. So you have to kind of really balance that and test, and So I think if Matthew Matosis's video also pointed out like the strengths of content sensitivity, I think that video would be a lot better, because it's like half. Like he points out the issues of context sensitivity, but not the strengths. So it kind of leads you to think, oh, it's just a bad idea, rather than here's things that it can do well, here are things that it can cause problems with, and you need to keep an eye on these problems. So that would be my thought. Is his video is kind of like halfway done. He needs to do the other half. I'm not live anymore? Am I still live? Okay. What the hell is... Chat, are you messing with me? Am I live? Am I not live? Because OBS is telling me we're okay. People are just messing with me. Okay, jeez. The chat is just messing with me a little bit. Okay. Okay, let's... Melee was the best Smash game. That's just downright undeniable. That's just undeniable by any metric. There's just no doubt about it. Yeah, I think one issue with Sakurai, that just following up on some of the comments on Sakurai, is that I feel like he's got a lot of really great sort of like ideas, and probably is a really smart, talented developer, but he works at Nintendo, so he can't be like too out there, right? He's still got to kind of follow the Nintendo design philosophy, which is like make it palatable, make it universal. I almost wonder if he like got in trouble for Melee, where he released Melee, and Nintendo's like, dude, this isn't acceptable. And so then he had to like back it up. So I kind of wonder that about Sakurai, as if like part of his talent is burdened by working at Nintendo, and if he was truly let loose, he could do some cool stuff probably. Oh, DJ Sesam's giving us a report on the arcade scene, and he's saying that it's gone soft. I think that's true. I think it's actually even sadder. It isn't that it's gone soft. It's that it's literally gotten old. Like, when you get old, you just, you don't have that same fire. You don't have that same open-mindedness and thirst for innovation. You just like, you're happy to go in and play the same games that you played 10 years ago. I know, I'm getting older. I know how it is. So, that would be my thoughts. Thoughts on the FOB GameCube controller. Oh, God. Is another GameCube controller? I haven't looked into it, but is it one that uses... Is it like just a GameCube controller, or has it got like crazy software mods? And I talked all about that in my video with Crimson Blur about my huge issues with Smash, and one of them is Smash now just like openly allows cheating. Like you can... we're past my macros at this point. Like they have auto-correcting inputs and stuff like that on these controllers. They just let it rock. So, not a big fan of that. I don't know if that FOB does any of that. That's just... Oh, yeah. Okay, you are live. Oh, yeah. Well, that's cool, Sesam, that there's still those otaku arcades. Those would be the places that I am visiting when I go to Japan. Don't you have a second window check your stream? I do. I can see the YouTube feed YouTube's happy. I can see the OBS feed. OBS is happy. But someone in the comments was like, "You're not live," or "Your stream went down." So I believed him. And maybe it like went down for like 5 seconds or something. Who knows? Nintendo is run by Yakuza. Absolutely. And the worst kind of Yakuza. The corporate Yakuza. You know, being publicly traded. You know, that type of Yakuza. The worst kind. Any FPS recommendations outside of Hyper Demon / Devil Daggers? That's a good question. This might be a question for chat, because all of my FPS recommendations are like really outdated. I'm trying to think of the last time I really enjoyed an FPS a lot, besides Devil Daggers and Hyper Demon. I feel like there's an obvious answer I'm not thinking of. It's got to be on. The only one that's coming to mind that I really enjoyed years ago was Call of Duty World at War. I really like that one. But you can't even play that anymore. I tried to play it a few years ago and it's all hacked up and everything. I feel like there's an obvious answer I'm overlooking. Wanted Dead is like half FPS. How about that? Oh, Doom, that was it. Doom 2016. I like that one. Doom 2016. That would be... I haven't played Doom Eternal, but I did like Doom 2016, so that would be my recommendation. It's got glory kills, which are like the kills from Ninja Gaiden. Will you be playing the ports of MGS? Yes. Paul asks, will I be playing the MGS ports? Abso-goddamn-lutely I'll be playing the MGS ports. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's play those bitches. Any excuse. It's just any excuse to play MGS. Let's do it. So yeah, I'm going to play them and talk about them. And I don't know. I should probably be like outraged by Konami and stuff and all that, because they're such a hot mess, but something about them, like how openly nasty they are, I don't know, it's kind of funny, I guess. So yeah, I'm not gonna like boycott them or anything. You goddamn right I'll be playing those ports. I bet they remove the Kojima shit too, just to piss in his face. I don't know. People are like mad about Kojima versus Konami, but I just find the rivalry between the two companies kind of entertaining, because maybe it's just me, but I feel like Kojima probably wasn't the most behaved dude. Like I've heard this is all just internet chat, but I'd heard like he just spent ass loads of money, and wasn't the MGS5 production cost like out of control. He was just spending ass loads of money, probably to piss off Konami. Oh my god, I think it's really funny. So I bet it'll be interesting to see if they leave the... That's like the first thing I'm going to be looking at. Did they leave the Kojima logos, or did they take them off? It'd be interesting. But yeah, I'll be playing those ports. Oh yeah. Well, I've heard some crazy stuff about Nintendo. Like the guy who made the Game Boy, right? And it wasn't... I think it was the guy who made the Game Boy, Gunpei Yokoi, and I can't speak Japanese, and he like made the Virtual Boy, and like after he made the Virtual Boy, they were like pissed at him, and he got in like Nintendo detention and stuff. Yeah, I haven't played Death Stranding. What is my desert island game? Ooh, that's a good question. So a desert island game would have to be a game that I can comfortably play really frequently, and it's kind of got like everything, right? That's the idea. It's got a bit of everything. It can't be Dodonpachi, because I'll kill myself. It would drive me into madness. If I played Dodonpachi all the time, it would drive me into pure madness. And I might, yeah, that's a dangerous game. That's like getting left on a desert island with a gun, a loaded gun. It's not the game you want. It's not the game you want to be strapped on a desert island with. Even though I do love Donpachi. So it's got to be a game that I love to play, and I love to play over and over again, and has that depth that I could feel like I could continue pushing. And that really makes it tricky, because a lot of games that I really, really, really like, I've kind of gotten to the end point of a lot of them in some way. Like Ninja Gaiden 2, I love that game, but there'd come a point where I would kind of reach the end, you know, you master ninja, clear the thing, and then what? So it'd have to be a game that I'd have to continually push. The problem is I couldn't choose a fighting game either. Like I couldn't choose Virtua Fighter 5 as much as I love that game, because I'm already better than the AI for the most part. So I'd like run out of shit to do there too. So it's like, it's got to be a single player game with like infinite depth. That wouldn't kill me. Oh God. What would be the answer to that question? That's an interesting one. It kind of would have to be a shmup, right? Because I can't think of any other game genre that would be able to do it. Because it would need a really good scoring system. This might be a surprising answer, but maybe Ketsui? Maybe Ketsui, because like, Ketsui is so deep, and it's not as insane as Dodonpachi. That one's tough, but I might go with Ketsui there, because I could see myself scoring that game for years and years if I was stuck on an island and nothing else to play. I could see Ketsui being one of it, being an option. That would, I guess that's what I'm gonna go with here, Ketsui. Have you 1cc'd Final Fight? No. I've played through Final Fight, but I haven't 1cc'd it. I got like halfway through on the 1cc, and I was like, I'll come back to this later. Yeah. But I will 1cc it at some point here pretty soon. I don't think it'll be too bad, to be honest. I mean, I was this close to 1cc'ing Sailor Moon. That's my first... Sailor Moon would be the... No, I'm just kidding. That would be my first order of business when I get back to playing more beat 'em ups. First order of business, 1cc Sailor Moon. I was this close. Carney asks, what is my opinion on Souls combat, especially compared to other action games like Ninja Gaiden or DMC? Well, Souls is much more limited combat-wise than Ninja Gaiden or DMC because of really just how the combat design of that series works. You know, it's very, very straightforward. I think Souls is really solid for what it is in terms of being action RPG combat. I think they kind of figured out how to do action RPG combat really well. And that's why it's so popular and prevalent and why everything copies it. Because the way it uses stamina, you know, mixes in with stats, it is kind of like one of the best RPG action hybrid combat systems by far. I personally, though, would be much more interested in straight up character action, though, like Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry over Dark Souls. My problem with Dark Souls is I play a Dark Souls game for about 10 hours, and then I start to feel the sort of RPG stuff in it. I'm like, all right, we're good here. Or I just start playing Nioh. Nioh's my favorite Souls-like game, and it's because it's more action-y, you know, especially with the key pulse. That's a way to get around the stamina, the level design, the enemy design. So my ideal Souls game exists. It's Nioh. So there you go. But if I had my way, I would remove the stamina from Nioh and start upping some of the mechanics, and it would morph into Ninja Gaiden by the end. That would be a fun game, though. You know, I was kind of hoping that Wu Long would be a bit like that, but it really wasn't. That poor game flopped so hard, I think. Sorry, the chat's kind of bouncing around on me a bit. Because I'm looking at the chat overlay here. Trying to catch up on some of the other ones. Katsui Grega? Yeah, it was Katsui. Grega would be another good one, too. But I'm going to have to lean cave here and go with Katsui. A DDR machine? That would be good. DDR machine on a desert island. Problem is you'd probably die, though, right? Because of calorie deficit. You're playing DDR a day, DDR all day, and you're on a desert island. You're probably already really skinny. Might kill you. So I don't know. Don't take DDR on the desert island with you. You might not survive it. We need some random games for the stream. What about Prison City or some relaxing ghouls and ghosts? No, today this is about you. This is about the chat. We're not playing games today. Because if I play games, I can't really dedicate myself to you. The same. I just kind of felt like talking to the chat for once in a while. Which Sailor Moon am I talking about? Oh, Pretty Soldier Sailor Moon. It's the Sailor Moon beat 'em up, made by what the hell, Ben Presto, which has a lot of cave overlap, by the way. Any AAA games you are looking forward to? Good question, the Cruiser thing. You know, I am still looking forward to that Project Eve game that now got renamed to, what the hell did it get renamed to? Soul Blade or some shit like that. Solar Blade. Oh, someone donated. We're gonna jump ahead. Nuclear Jones, thank you for the donation. I'll do your question here after I finish this question. Something Radiant Blade or something. Project Eve, you know, the one with the hot Korean girl, and then Digital Foundry got super mad at them. That game I'm still waiting for. I'm still excited to see how it turns out. See if it's actually good or not. So that would be one. I am kind of looking forward to Tekken 8 out of morbid curiosity at this point. So probably those two. Have I played Castlevania Chronicles? Thoughts on how it stacks up compared to the other 16-bit era games? I've heard a lot about these Castlevania Chronicles games, and I've looked at them. These are the ones on the GBA, right? The thing about them is, I kind of think I prefer the straight-up platforming era of Castlevania, which ends with Rondo of Blood, right? Because basically that era comes up to Symphony of the Night, and then Symphony of the Night is like hugely successful, and so Konami's like, all right, let's do this now. And so I think, aren't those Chronicles games like Symphony of the Night era style, right? I don't know. I think that's what he's talking about, right? Or am I just being stupid? Stellar Blade. Thanks, Stray Cat. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Stellar Blade. Yeah, so I would say I haven't played those yet because I need to play Symphony of the Night all the way through and kind of get my thoughts on that. But I know a lot of people really like them. And I love the GBA a lot, so they're probably super cool. Especially, you know, having them on handheld and everything. I do kind of wish though that Castlevania still had the like Rondo Blood style stuff. Stranger in Paradise better than FF16. Bog thinks so. He's probably right too, to be honest. I just haven't played Stranger in Paradise enough. But FF16, I kind of talked about it in my review of FF16, where it's like, in the beginning, I had a lot of fun with it because it was such an action game at the start. But then as it continues on, it kind of morphs back into an RPG. So you get like half of the game's fun, and then the other half, I feel like, just kind of becomes an RPG by the end. With all the moves you get, it just goes RPG mode. People are talking about Lies of P. I remember being kind of interested in that one. I might play that at some point. Hey Mark, what do you think about like on arcade games? Do I like them? Mar arcade super plays. I don't just like on arcade games. I love like on arcade games. There's actually a a review that I was going to do on the channel of Vampire Knight. That's a PS2 light gun game made by the same team that made House of the Dead. And that game is freaking awesome. And I was going to do a whole review of it and a whole playthrough of it, you know, and I did do it, but I couldn't get the goddamn 1cc. I've 1cc'd it once before, but, you know, I had to get like a camera, I had to get a capture card, then I had to get a camera of me shooting at the screen. You know, it was like a triple capture setup. And I finally got it going, and then I had to drag out my giant CRT and put it on my kitchen table, and I couldn't get the 1cc. I was like, so... And I played it for like 4 hours, and I was like, God. So, yeah, I love light gun games. The only problem is that I don't have a house where I can have my giant light gun setup active all the time. I have to, like, it has to be like a special occasion for me to get it out. But if I get a house at some point, there's going to be in my shed 2.0, in my recording room 2.0, there's going to be a fucking CRT with a light gun setup, PS2, gun con all day, every day. Yeah, I love light gun games. Time Crisis and Vampire Knight are my favorites. Fan of Yakuza 0, Huron asks. So, I am warming towards the Yakuza series, but I haven't played them too much. I played one of them a little bit because it had Virtua Fighter in it. So I played it enough to unlock Virtua Fighter. But that's only like 20 minutes or 15 minutes. I don't know. I think Yakuza's kind of cool, but I haven't played it enough to really solidly review it or give my thoughts on it. I will at some point, though. Mostly because it's like the one thing that holds Sega up anymore. It's like their one franchise that has done well over all these years. So, I mean, for that alone, it's pretty cool, right? And they're going to make Virtua Fighter 6, I predict, using the Yakuza engine. So, I respect the game on those grounds. As far as its actual gameplay, I'm not quite sure yet. We need to play it more. I'm catching up with the chat. Sorry, everyone. Mark, bully Bog Hog into giving Gunbane a replay feature. Good. Bog? You better put a fucking replay feature in there, or I'm flying out there and I'm kicking your ass. No, I'm just kidding. Bog's much bigger than me. He'd beat the shit out of me. I can't bully him. I can only politely ask him to do things. I know why there isn't a replay feature. It's because with Game Maker, if you don't start the game, if you don't start the development with a replay feature, you're kind of fucked. So there's no going back now, sadly. I think, right? With Game Maker, you gotta, like, from day one, you gotta be like, okay, there's gonna be a replay feature in here, and if you go past that point, it's gonna be really hard to get it in there. Shmups with replay features, though, it's always a good option to have in there, definitely. Rondo Blood couldn't get past the second mission. Yeah, Rondo Blood's nice and challenging. Play as Maria, though. She's OP. You destroy the game with her. Have you ever played rhythm games? Mimi asks. I've played a little bit. Some shmup players are into rhythm games. That's like a big crossover. Shmups and rhythm games are a big crossover. And like a lot of shmup super players, I remember when I was on Twitter, you'd see a lot of the Japanese shmup super players, and like half the time they're playing Beatmania or something, or some rhythm game, and then the other half the time they're playing a shmup. But the reason why I don't really play rhythm games is because I feel like they are so shmup-like that it is almost like, okay, if I'm gonna play this hard, I'll just play a shmup, right? It's almost like it's almost too close. It's almost too close to a shmup, basically. It's like the things I like about shmup, but then it's missing some things that I like about shmups. So if I start to get into them, I'm just like, I'll just play Ketsui or something. VVPCB, oh, that's such a Grindstormer. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be talking about Grindstormer soon. Absolutely. Grindstormers. Okay, so I was completely wrong about Chronicles, apparently. Oh, sorry. So Chronicles are not the GBA games. It's like some kind of a reissue of a Sharp Castlevania. And it sounds like it's fucking awesome. So I need to get up on this. I need to play it. I have no idea what I'm talking about with that. Can arcade game design work on stealth games? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like Metal Gear at its best. So Metal Gear and Metal Gear, especially Metal Gear 2, Metal Gear Solid 2's Subsistence. One of my favorite stealth game experiences was I got Metal Gear Solid 2 Subsistence for the Xbox. I know people hate that port, and apparently the PS2 port's better. But, you know, I played through the campaign, but I spent hours, weeks playing the VR missions and like S ranking or like high ranking all the VR missions. There you go. That is a perfect example of arcade game design in stealth format. The VR missions in Metal Gear Solid 2 Subsistence. Then I bought Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence, which is really good. But man, I was pissed. Because I'm like, where are the VR missions? I get that, you know, he's in the jungle, but come on, why doesn't Metal Gear Solid 3 have VR missions? It was such a huge, awesome feature of Metal Gear Solid 2. Metal Gear Solid 3 doesn't have it. That's why I kind of vacillate between which is my favorite of the series, because I like the campaign of Metal Gear Solid 3 like 10 times more than the campaign of Metal Gear Solid 2. But Metal Gear Solid 2 Subsistence has those fucking VR missions, which are top tier. So, yeah, there'd be an example of a stealth game in an arcade format, would be the VR missions. So it can work, absolutely. LCCBK asks, movie recommendations. That's a fun one because I'm a big movie guy. I went and watched Flowers of the Killer's Moon's Flowers for Algernon. Killer of the Flower Moon, or whatever the hell it's called. That title. I think it should have been called, I kept telling my wife it should have been called The Killing Moon or something like. I came up with some new title for it that I thought was good, like The Killing Moon. Even though that doesn't grammatically make sense. I went and saw that on Friday night. And so that was premiere night for us regular folks. And there was the movie, you're going to get a whole story out of this, Elsie. The whole parking lot was filled with cars. And we pulled it, I'm like, kind of annoyed because I hate crowded theaters, but I was like kind of impressed. Like, oh shit. Like, so Scorsese's still got the mojo. He's pulling, look at all these cars. All these people must be here. There's a twist to this story. They all must be here to see the Martin Scorsese Killing of the Flowers Moons, right? This must be, it's an event. It's like a Tarantino movie. People are coming. Scorsese, he's an old man, but he's still got the mojo. Well, I go inside the theater, and all these people are like dressed up. So then I'm like, what the hell is going on? Plot twist. They were all dressed up because the Taylor Swift movie. So it sounds kind of fun, but so there's a Taylor Swift movie of her concert, and there was like a ton of people going to that, and we go into the Killing Flowers of the Moon, and you know, it's like the theater's half full, which is pretty good for my town. You know, no one goes to these types of movies in my town. So the theater's like half full, but it's also kind of a smaller theater. And no intermission, by the way. 3 hours, 20 minutes, no intermission. And so what is I'm going to give you a little movie review. How about that? What's my little movie review for Killers of the Flower Moon? I think, like, it's a good movie. Solid, you know, Scorsese, he's a good filmmaker. But I feel like someone needs to kind of put this guy in his place a little bit. Someone. I don't know if it's going to be the critics. I don't know if it's going to be his editor. Probably the studios just that's why he has such trouble making movies now, is because the studios are like, dude, come on, dude, seriously, 3 hours and 20 minutes. It's so indulgent. It is crazy. I mean, it's better than The Irishman. The Irishman I thought was almost borderline bad, just how paced that movie was, and how, like, you could tell The Irishman was made by an older guy, you know, and how older people, like, their stories start to get longer and longer winded. Man, Flowers of the Killer Moon was like that. That movie could have been 2 hours easy. I'll give you some examples. There's a scene where the main guy goes in and he wants to collect insurance, and the insurance guy's like, no, fuck you. So the Robert De Niro character is like, I don't like that. And then he goes and he sets his lawn on fire to collect the insurance. And there's about a 5-minute scene of his lawn on fire, and people looking at it like, oh shit, he set his lawn on fire. And then, you know, it's like cool as far as like some of the cinematography. Him setting his lawn on fire was a subplot to a subplot to a subplot. And it had literally it didn't fucking matter. There's no reason why we needed a 5-minute scene of him setting his lawn on fire. There was so much stuff like that in that film. Like, it was a subplot to a subplot to a subplot. Me and my wife were talking about it. This is kind of rude, but we're talking about it at the end. It's good, you know. I mean, it's a real movie, and that's tough to get in 2023. We're talking about it, though. But it's not like Departed tier, okay? You know, Scorsese's made some real classics. The Departed being my favorite of his. But we're talking about it. My wife said, this would probably get me in trouble, but she said, I think his movies are so long because he's afraid he's about to die, and he like wants to get everything. He's not cutting anything anymore. You know, he knows he's kind of reaching the end of his life, so he wants to get everything in his mind on camera. There's a lot of that kind of stuff. There's a lot of scenes in that movie where it was like, it's not bad, but it's a lot of subplots to subplots to subplots. And then at the end, you kind of realized how thin, like, the main story arc of it was. So, there you go. There's my little movie review of Flowers of the Killing Moon. 3.5 hour, motherfucker. But, yeah, it was a good movie. Just needed a little trimming in the editing room a little bit, I think. Is Radiant Silvergun on Switch a good port? It's on sale right now. Yeah, it is a good port. Yes, go ahead, get it. Yeah, it's equivalent to the Xbox 360 port. So yeah, absolutely. It's one of the better ports on the Switch, I'd say. Okay, I've lost track with that whole comment. We've lost track of the chat. Yeah, FF16's got a whole lot of cutscenes. Goddamn right. Wacky Uncle is where it falls apart. Yeah, man, it's just so long. Why? God. Do I play light gun games? Yes, I do play them. I love them. Let's get caught up. I'm a little bit behind here. Thoughts on Hideki Kamiya leaving Platinum Games? Yeah, I actually do have some thoughts on that. I think I'm really curious. I wish we could get a little bit more like, you know how we have gaming journalists, and the gaming journalists just shill things all day, every day? I really wish that we had kind of like a TMZ of gaming journalism that could get us like the drama a little bit of some of the stuff, like the juice, the details. Like, I really want to know why Kamiya left Platinum. And of course it's all like, oh man, you know, we're parting ways and all that, and maybe he's like retiring or whatever, but I just can't help but notice, like, look at the output of Platinum in the past few years. For being honest, you know, Bayonetta 3, stuff like that, the quality of that. What's going on there? Is Kamiya like, is it that Platinum are like, okay, bud, you're not cutting it anymore. You know, we're gonna have to like give you a pay cut, or is it Kamiya's like, these motherfuckers are holding me back, and I gotta get back to real gaming here. I don't know, but it is interesting for sure. And I'd love to know what exactly was going on there. I guess we can wait and see. But what this means for Platinum, I think, is we're going to get a whole lot more of that delicious action RPG stuff. If you loved your action RPGs, you love your Nier, and you love Astral Chain, and you love those action RPGs, you're going to get more of those, man. There's going to be a lot of action RPGs happening, I think. I think Kamiya, he's kind of, he's bold, and without him, I think their output's going to get pretty stagnant. That would be my guess. That would be my prediction, is that Platinum are going to get really stagnant, and just they're gonna kind of be like Square, little baby Square. That would be my prediction for them. Like Platinum becomes like little baby Square, but with action RPGs instead of RPGs. But Square's becoming like Square and Platinum will like become the same company basically. They'll both make kind of like mediocre action RPGs. That would be my guess. Gangs of New York. Fucking great one. Yes. I mean, Scorsese's got some great movies. I love The Departed. Love Gangs of New York. That's a great one. Yeah, great pick there. Gangs of New York with Daniel Day-Lewis, a younger Leo DiCaprio. Kristen Dunst was also in Gangs of New York? That one's a great movie. Yeah, Gangs of New York's awesome. Yeah, and it's longer too, and it's just like 10 times better than Flowers of the Killing Moon. Yeah, so that's such a good film. Symphony Night on Switch? That really surprises me that there isn't Symphony Night on Switch, right? Like, that would be like day one. That would be Konami's port to the Switch, right? Because that's Nintendo fans love Symphony of the Night. It's like the game that, they just need to have, they need it. They need it in their lives. It's like their favorite Konami game. Yeah. I'm surprised it's not on there, to be honest. You can play it on the Switch if you emulate the PS1 version on the Switch. Vanquish is amazing. Yes. Yes. I feel like Kamiya might let us in with a little bit of insight. But I think if I were to just fan fiction this is my fan fiction version. What happened was, Kamiya goes into the board rooms or whatever they do in Japan, and they're talking about games they're developing, and Kamiya's like, let's do this and let's do that and let's get crazy with it. And the board's like, no. You know how successful Nier was? And you know how successful like these action RPGs that we're making are? We're going to go with that. And Kamiya's like, no. And then they turned Bayonetta 3 into an action RPG, and he's like, God damn it, and he like resigns. I would love to think that is what happened. He like resigned in protest of Bayonetta 3 and how shitty it was. That probably isn't the case, but that's a fun story, right? Cameron Diaz. Sorry, yes, not Kristen Dunst. Cameron Diaz. Sometimes I get them mixed up. Both attractive young actresses during that time. Oh, of course, and Taxi Driver. And Goodfellas, Those are classics as well. Gotta love those. Taxi Driver, Goodfellas, yeah. But I also like his later stuff. I love Gangs of New York, love Departed. It's just this last stretch here. Someone's got to be like, buddy. 3.5 hours? Someone's just got to rein him in a bit. But they get to that age where you become a living legend. When you're a living legend, no one tells you nothing. They're not going to be telling Scorsese, okay, you're a living legend. You need to cut an hour out of this movie. No one's doing that. It's just kind of a problem with success, right? Okay. If you like Metroidvanias, you'll love Touhou Luna Nights. I haven't played that one. I'm not a huge Metroidvania guy. Sony worked on Rondo / Symphony Night, so that's why it's Sony exclusive. This Sony's got Sony ain't letting that go. So there you go. That's why Sony's got some sort of rights over it to some degree. That makes sense. Yeah, because they're not letting that go if they got any sort of right over it. Sora asks, Sora, what's up? Sora is a OG viewer of my streams. Like when I'd stream random crap at this time of night, Sora's always hanging in there. Hey, Electric Underground, your latest video is awesome, and it caused a lot of weird comments. I am sure it did. All of my videos cause weird comments these days. I actually really liked the response on that video in terms of the comment section. Like the top half of it that I've been working through, lots of really great, reasonable comments. Compared to some of the other videos I've done recently, I mean, the comments of this video are like great, amazing. You know, there's always going to be some salty comments on my videos, always. That's just the nature of the channel and the way I broadcast. Actually, I have a funny little story. There's a new Patreon this month, and when people join the Patreon, I send a little welcome message and stuff. And I won't say who the guy was or anything, but this was like a fun story. So I sent him a message, hey, what's up? He's like, oh, I love the channel and everything. And he says, well, to be honest, I kind of was deeply annoyed by you for a long time, but you just won me over. You know, and I think that's kind of the story of my more recent sort of content, where it's a little bit more bold, where it rubs people the wrong way until they kind of like me, and then they're into it, you know. So yeah, so basically there's no video I'm gonna make that's gonna be like everyone agrees, you know. It's just not gonna happen. But I looked at the like-dislike ratio on this one. It's really high. It's like a 97 or something. That's really high for my channel. So this video is doing great, and it's one of my favorite videos I've done in a long time, because it's kind of like a summary of everything. It's like everything I've been talking about for the past few years. Holy balls! Someone donated $25. Tony Mast. I better get this right. Tonberry Master. Hell yeah, Tonberry Master. That is so nice. And I've seen Tonberry, yeah, in comments and stuff. What an awesome dude. Thanks for the comment. I mean, thanks for the donation. I really appreciate that. That's super cool. Thanks so much. Okay, let's take a few moments to bask in the glow of that donation. Thank you, Tonberry Master. Okay. I want to feel he was properly thanked, because that was a hell of a donation right there. Okay. What the hell was I talking about? Oh, yeah, the comments. Yeah, but overall, the comments were really great. There's always going to be some salty ones, but that's just the nature of the channel. And one of my philosophies these days, after being a long-time YouTube viewer, before I was a YouTuber, I've been an OG YouTube viewer for decades at this point, or however long YouTube's been around. Since the primordial ooze of YouTube, I've been on YouTube commenting on other people's videos. And I am just so tired of following YouTubers for years, and commenting on their videos for years, and just so nice, so supportive. Hey, you know, I love what you're doing. Hey, and all that stuff, and get nothing. Get nothing. No response. No reply. And then the one time I leave an even vaguely critical comment, then they're answering me. And then they're like all mad at me and everything. It's like, okay. This incentive system that YouTubers create is fucked up. I don't want to fall into that trap. So my method now is I just scroll until I get tired, and I just answer every comment. Every comment, I just scroll until I get tired, and then I give up after I'm tired. But none of this selective, like, if you leave me a nice comment, I won't reply to you, and I'll just reply to you if you're an asshole to me. No. No. I just go through and answer them as I see them until I get tired. So what I'm getting at here is the irony is, like, I think YouTube kind of has like this secret Reddit system in the comments now, where like the more people like your comment, the higher it lifts in the comment section. So ironically, now, because of my method of just starting at the top and going down, I tend to interact with the more positive comments now, rather than digging down at the bottom for the more negative ones. But like I said, I don't have any sort of filtering system for this. I just, as I go through. So I don't even know what I was talking about there. But yeah, just with salty comments. Just because you leave me a salty comment doesn't mean you're going to just get express laned to the answer bin. I try to answer everyone equal opportunity here, just going down. So the comments I've seen have been really great. That's my point. Astro Train changed Demon Fruit's life. Astro Train could be awesome. I just know it's like an action RPG, and Platinum are loving that right now. Void is out. Void Eyes. Thanks so much for tuning in, Void. That's awesome. That was fun. Thanks so much. Yeah, you guys don't have to, come and go as you need to. But don't you dare leave. If you have to go to bed, just leave your computer on. I did. Don't you turn off the... You can go to bed, but don't you dare turn the browser... Don't you dare close this window. Have you watched Friday the 13th past Friday the 13th of this month? Paul asks. I haven't seen Friday the 13th in years. I don't watch scary movies all that often. I'm not a big scary movie guy. And I think my favorite scary movie is probably Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Because it's just so fucked up, and like, I'm in Idaho, and there's houses out here, you're like, that there's a house I drive by out here, I'm like, that's Texas Chainsaw Massacre right there. I mean, it's just like dilapidated and creepy and shit. Yeah. So that's probably my favorite one. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Plus, if I watch anything with like demons and stuff, I legit kind of get scared of demons. I'll go out and buy a bunch of crucifixes and like make a perimeter around my house. So I can't watch too much demon shit. The demons terrify me. So I don't tend to watch too many of the scary movies. I'm not a scary movie guy. Yeah, I watch haters claim you didn't respond to them. Well, the funny thing is my favorite... It's funny, Go Getter. The funny thing is... Hey, also, what's up, Approximate? One of my favorite... And sorry, I'm not reading the comments totally in order. There's a little bit of a delay here. Yeah, one of my favorite comments was... Because I said I just go through. So as I'm coming through, whatever your comment says, I'm going to reply to it. So one of the comments was like, this guy only answers... comments that are supportive of him or whatever, and I was like, hey man, I saw your comment, what's up, how can I help you or whatever. But yeah, I think people, so like I said, I'll just answer them, whatever, good or bad, I'll answer it. I think that catches people by surprise. Stop commenting on videos when your phone broke. Sora, get a new phone. Get back in there. Do not abandon your duty. Talking about Eris? Oh, I wasn't even thinking about Eris. No, I was talking about the YouTuber I was thinking about was Punk Rock MBA, actually. I'll just out who that was. Punk Rock MBA. So I watched his channel like from the very start, from like when he was Punk Rock MBA with like a little viewer count, because I'm into that kind of music and stuff. And so I was like following along, like, oh, this is such a cool channel, and talking to him for like however long he's been doing his channel. And then he did one video about like indie, in how much he hates indie girl music, basically, like indie girl music. And I couldn't help but point out that because he like had this big thing where he was like defending all these other genres like emo rap and what's the other one that he defends? Like Korn and shit like that. What's that called? Like Limp Bizkit and Korn and all those guys. Nu metal. Yeah, so and I think that's cool. Like, I think defending nu metal and emo rap's cool, right? But he's like pointing out all the reasons people are critical of nu metal and emo rap, and then he does this video criticizing indie rock for literally those same reasons. And so I pointed out in the comments, I'm like, you do realize that all of your criticisms of indie rock are the same things you've been defending in nu metal and emo rap. And then he left me kind of a salty comment. But See, that's what I'm talking about. Don't do that. You should have been, you know, you can reply to my salty comment, but you should reply to all my other nice comments too, rather than just replying to the salty comments. It's bad. That's bad incentive structure, YouTubers. Even if I'm not judging people, but it's bad incentive structure. Don't incentivize people to be mean to you. Incentivize them to be nice to you. Yeah, emo rap and new metal. You guys got it. Nothing against that guy. I was just saying like that's a YouTuber moment that I was like, oh, classic. Classic YouTuber moment right there. Oh, it's Eris. I think I've talked about Eris before, like where I donated to his channel way back in the day. I donated to him and he got so mad at me and he's like his whole chat was like ran me out of there. And this was before he was like big streamer Eris. This was 2013, 2012 when he was little streamer Eris. And what I donated was he commentated JDCR versus this is when he was still a commentator. He commentated JDCR versus Knee. And in the set, in his commentary, he mentioned like 6 times how much they hate each other. He's like, "Oh, this is personal. This is a blood rivalry." You know, he mentions it like 6 times in the commentary. And so then the next, you know, later that day he's streaming. So I leave a donation. I say, all I say is, "Hey, I watched your commentary for JDCR versus Knee and how they personally don't like each other. Why don't they like each other?" And he got all mad. He was like, "This isn't Dawson's Creek. This isn't, it's, you know," it's kind of funny. But yeah, he got all mad because he thought I was prying into their personal lives. But, I mean, you bring it up on commentary. Of course I want to know. I'm only human. This is where we need more of that TMZ, gamer TMZ, to tell us what's up. What's going on there? I don't ignore negative comments. I just answer. Your comment can be positive or negative. I just answer it. If I see it, I'll answer it. That's my strategy. Tony Berry's up late, having trouble sleeping. You're in the right place, man. You're in the right place because we are up. We're up and ready to party. So if you're ready to get up and you're ready to party, this is the place for you. Yeah. That's a typical Eris donation story. Good morning, 8 a.m. Almost party time? Yes. It's the morning. We're ready to party. Did you ever play Third Strike on Fightcade? I did, Nuclear Jones. I did. I was a early adopter of Fightcade. I was playing that on Fightcade 1. Yeah, not GGPO. I wasn't that early. But when it became Fightcade, yes, I was playing Third Strike on Fightcade. And I have a funny story. So I was playing Third Strike on Fightcade and I was getting pretty decent at it. But if you played, I was in college, so I play at like this time at night. I'd play at like 1 or 2 in the morning because I was in college and that's how you roll. And so most people up at 1 or 2 in the morning were usually in Japan. Like I overlapped with the Japanese a lot and they were fucking good. So I would get, so like if I played Fightcade during the day, I like did pretty well. But if I logged into that bitch at 2 a.m. and played the Japanese players, I was getting rolled. They were destroying me. They were beating the shit out of me. And there was this one time where I played this Japanese guy. And he was beating me so bad that he rotated, he did the entire cast. He just went up to the top corner and each match he just went like this. Beat me with every single character, even Sean. Oh God, he destroyed me. That was a beatdown. But it was kind of like, it kind of became kind of like a fun little game between us. I was like, okay, you've already humiliated me at this point. I'm already thoroughly humiliated. So let's see if I can actually beat one of these motherfuckers. And the funny thing is like it almost got to the point where it's like if I beat his Sean, it would be a victory. You know, it'd be like, oh, got you. Eat that, bitch. You can't beat me with your 19th character, Sean. But I couldn't. I can beat him with it. I can beat any of them. He did the entire cast on me. Son of a bitch. It was fun though. Yeah, so I've played Third Strike on Fightcade. Oh, I love Eris. I love his channel. He's one of my favorite. The ATP Live, one of my favorite podcasts, if not my favorite podcast of all time. I just wish he still did ATP Live. Like, I know it doesn't make money, but the people need it. The people need it. We need it in our lives. Bog, I've lost control of my life. I don't know. I think Bog's doing pretty hot right now. Bog's doing good. He's making thumbnails for the Electric Underground. That is success. If making thumbnails for my channel isn't success, you've lost sight of the important things in life. So making all these thumbnails that people know and love and appreciate, if that doesn't bring you joy and satisfaction, nothing in this world will. Nothing will ever measure up to what you've achieved here. There's nothing more, Bog Hog. There's nothing more. This is it. You've reached the pinnacle of life. Working on any 1cc's at the moment. Oh yeah, Airhops says he's still waiting for 5K to add matchmaking instead of challenging people in chat. Yeah. But, you know, the thing about 5K is, I think there's something really good about how unstructured 5K actually is. So, even though like it would be great if 5K had like rank and matchmaking, be careful what you wish for is my point, because rank and matchmaking come with a price, and that price is people start acting like a bunch of little bitches. So, for example, if there was a ranking system when I'm playing Japanese players at 2 a.m., I would not play, right? Because I would have like a 500 or a 100 loss lose streak or something. It would obliterate my rank. So I'd be a little bitch, right? I wouldn't play that guy who's going through and beating me with every character. But because 5K has nothing, there's no incentives. It's just you play to play. There is something good about that, because you get a more like legit experience in some ways because of that. But I don't rank, it's a mixed bag though. Like on one hand, you get matched up with people you either roll and destroy or destroy you, which can be tough. But on the other hand, like, people will actually play you and will actually play out the matches, and like rage quitting on 5K is really rare. Like, especially because it's like in this sort of open chat. So if you rage quit, they're just gonna type to you, "Hey little bitch, why'd you rage quit?" You know, that is something that's really good about 5K's environment. It's kind of like it's a little bit more arcade-like in that. It's just like you're just playing to play. That's it. All you've got is your pride. There's nothing else. You could lose 600 matches, beat one guy, and feel good. So I'm a little bit divided. I think 5K could benefit from a ranking system, but the fact that right now everyone plays unranked all the time and it's just for pride, I think that's also pretty cool. So I don't know. It could be good. It could not be good. I'm in New York, so Big Apple 3 a.m. Nice, Mingo. Yeah, you're right. 3 a.m. 3 a.m. crew. If it's 3 a.m., let's see it in the chat. Pacific time? Pacific time is only midnight. You guys are still starting the day. You guys are still, it's early for you guys. I say that because I'm an hour ahead of you, so it's 1 for me. What games do you play when you have no games to play or are just bored? Good question, Mingo. Mingo bringing the good questions today. One of them is Resi 4. I have to admit. For one, if I get like a new system of any type, console, if it can run Resi 4, I always play Resi 4. So it's like a tradition. So I got my PS5, Resi 4, first thing. Got my PS4 Pro, Resi 4. PS4, I think I play Resi 4 first. Resi 4 is one of those. Another one that's recent was Wanted Dead. Wanted Dead was that game for me this year, where Wanted Dead, I should have stopped playing Wanted Dead months ago. I did my review, okay? Like, okay, I played it for I played it for like way longer than I needed to for the review. Okay, so we're good there, right? But then I was like, I kind of still want to play. So then I did the hard Japanese hard mode video, like kind of showing off the game Japanese hard mode. Okay, Mark, you've played enough Wanted Dead now. We're good. We've done it. But then I just kept playing the fucking thing. In that exact reason, I'd be sitting bored, and I'd be like, okay, I don't want to play something for the channel. I don't want to play something. I want to play something for fun. I'd fucking play Wanted Dead. And then I just kept doing it until I got good enough at the game that I did a no-death run. And I was like, well, I'll just make a video about this at this point. So that was the answer this year. Wanted Dead was that game. If I wasn't playing something, I'd just fire up Wanted Dead. It's embarrassing how much I love that game. It's embarrassing that I love that game so much and no one likes it. That's the game, though, for this year. And before that, it was Resi 4. And there's kind of a similarity there, right? Because both Resi 4 and Wanted Dead have that kind of mix between shooting and melee. So you get kind of both, which is fun. So Wanted Dead / Resi 4 would be the answer for that. And I'm going to start playing Resi 5 probably tomorrow. And DOA 4. I got to mention that. DOA 4 on just playing against the CPU on very hard. That CPU is a motherfucker. So Dead or Alive 4 would also be another answer. Because you can't... There's no reason to play Dead or Alive 4. There's no way to justify... I need a prop. There's no reason to play Dead or Alive 4. That game... No one gives a shit about it. So you can't make content about it. There's no online multiplayer, basically. So you got no one to play against. So I just play Dead or Alive 4 for no fucking reason other than I like it. So that I'd give that one another one too. Another shout out to that one. Oh yeah, yeah. Lone Ghost says how he thinks it's funny how people take like rank seriously in like really shitty games. That is so true. I can't remember what games, but yeah, there's been games I've played that are just like they're kind of crappy games. And yeah, people take rank like they're in the Tekken World Tour or something. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Yeah, that is really funny. I've seen that quite a bit. I feel like there's a game like that as playing. Maybe, I think it was Dead or Alive 5, right? Like, Dead or Alive 5, you're lucky to get a match. And I remember I was starting to get pretty high ranks in Dead or Alive 5, and people were rage quitting in Dead or Alive 5. No, 6. Sorry, Dead or Alive 6. People were rage quitting Dead or Alive 6. I was like, what are you doing? Because you know the next person you're going to play is me. It's just me and you, dude. There are 2 people playing this game right now, me and you. And sure enough, he'd rage quit. Next match, it's me and him again. What are you doing? Yeah, it's so stupid. And no one cares. Rank in Dead or Alive 6, no one gives a flying fuck. Yeah, it is insane how people will do that. I just wish Dead or Alive had no rank, so you didn't even deal with it. Because it doesn't matter. You don't need it because there's no matchmaking. Because there's only 4 people playing. So you just play who plays. It doesn't matter the rank. Just throw it in the garbage. You don't need it. It's so annoying. Three a.m. boys. Nice. East Coasters. Yeah. I've destroyed 2 a.m. I'll accept that, George. 2 a.m.'s. 3 a.m. no social life. You have a social life for tonight, okay? I know every other weekend you may not, but tonight we all have a social life right here and now. I don't have a social life either, so. This is our moment. This is it. Oh yeah. Lone's saying what's painful about being a DOA fan is you appreciate the game mechanics and people saying you watch porn. Here's the thing about this. Let me give you some advice as a fellow DOA fan, Lone Ghosts. As a DOA fan, you have to just embrace this aspect of the series. Do not fight it. Do not fight. Don't do that. Just be like, you know what? I like the fucking badass combat. I love the girls. I love their tits. We love it all. We love the whole package. Love the whole thing. Because it's, you know, you sound like you're saying, you know, I like Playboy, but I only read for the articles. And that is the funny thing, is like DOA has genuinely amazingly fun core mechanics. It really does. But you can't convince people of that. So you just gotta go with the whole thing. You'll be like, I love the jiggle physics and the combat all together. And you also have to point out how hypocritical other series are about this. Like Soul Calibur, come on. How does Soul Calibur get away with it? Everyone, if you say you like Soul Calibur, like for example, here's Eris. Here's Eris, right? Eris is a huge Soul Calibur fan. And he constantly mocks Dead or Alive, constantly makes fun of it, constantly says how it's an embarrassment and all this stuff. Soul Calibur is Dead or Alive. It's the same fucking thing. It's Namco's Dead or Alive. It's really fun, hold parry-based combat, pretty simple, with girls with huge tits. It is the exact same series. So, yeah. How does Soul Calibur get away with it? How about that? We need to go on the offense. The best defense is an offense. DOA teaches you that. We got to get on the offense. We got to start going after... We got to go after Street Fighter. We got to go after Soul Calibur. We got to go after Tekken. We got to go after them all. And be like, what about these games with their big mamas? How about that? I'm just ranting. Okay. Let me catch back up where we were. Yeah, exactly, Bond. Exactly. It's funny. The reason why it's funny is because it's so obviously scapegoated. Because all fighting games have the ladies. All fighting games have the tatas, for the most part. You know, and that's like part of the genre. I mean, Cammy? Chun-Li? Come on. But it's like only DOA. DOA sealed its own fate, though, with those fucking volleyball games. I hate those games. Those are the problem. If we gotta really target who's at fault here, it's those goddamn volleyball games. And I played Extreme Beach Volleyball, the first one, on my Xbox the other day, Xbox 360, because I was like, okay, at least let us hope there's actually some like volleyball stuff going on here. It's just softcore, so yeah, Team Ninja kind of sold themselves up the river with that. They really did. They shouldn't have done that. It wasn't worth it. I know they make so much more money than the actual series, so I know why Team Ninja does it, but yeah, it was kind of the death nail for credibility for the series. And you know what's sad? Let's do a little exercise, chat, and then I'll stop talking about DOA. This is the last part of us talking about DOA. Let's take a field trip as a chat. Let's all open up our web browsers. Don't close the stream. Open up our web browsers. Okay? We're going to take a little field trip. We're going to a website called Steam Charts. So type that in, Steam Charts. And then we're going to type in Steam Charts, Dead or Alive. And then press enter. We're all pressing enter together. And let's look at the active player base for these games. If I was a better streamer, I'd screen capture, but I'm too lazy. Okay. Dead or Alive 6, the most recent and popularly played Dead or Alive game, has an average player count of 70 people. Average player count in the past 30 days. 70 people. Dead or Alive Extreme Venus Vacation. 2,500 people. God. Why? Why, God? Why? So there you go. The painful truth of why they keep making those fucking volleyball games. Because they're like infinitely more popular than the fighting game. Sadly. Yeah, that is brutal. Okay, let's catch up with... okay, we're done with DOA. Next questions. Oh, I like both DOA and Soul Calibur. I like them both. That's my point. Is that it's unfair to like Soul Calibur and then be like, oh, DOA, that's a joke. It's not fair. You got, if you like Soul Calibur, you have to like DOA. You have to. I say you do, because I say so. You have to like. What do you think of Guilty Gear? Oh, I like Guilty Gear. Big fan. So my favorite Guilty Gear is Guilty Gear XX. That's my favorite by far. But I also do like, to a lesser degree, Guilty Gear Xrd. So I like those two a lot. I do not like Strive. And I think this year's EVO was a real eye-opener for me with Strive. Because, and talking to Quash about it. Because I talked to Quash is an XX, he's like a legit Guilty Gear XX player, wins and participates in tournaments, veteran of that. And I was talking to him about it, and he was saying that basically all the Xrd guys and all the XX guys don't play Strive. They just are like, nope. So Strive is like, it's like its own thing, which is kind of sad, because that means like there's no Guilty Gear in a way. Like when you watch EVO, there is no Guilty Gear as we knew it. Like there's no Xrd, there's no XX, and then Strive is like, so I don't know. It's kind of sad, right? Is it just me, or is that kind of sad? Yeah, Guilty Gear Strive is smash. Yeah, it's just kind of sad that there is no real like that legacy skill that's been built up over decades. Like has nowhere to go. I'm assuming they're just still playing Xrd online or whatever they're up to. And Strive is so much more popular too. If we did our field trip, like Strive is like, what, 4 or 5 times more popular than Xrd? So, you know, in Arxis's view, Strive is a home run. Strive is a major success. So it's kind of sad. What's wrong with Strive? It's just removes all the shit. It just removes a lot of what made Guilty Gear distinctly Guilty Gear. Strive kind of, I wish I had Quash more to sort of elaborate because he's much more experienced in that, but it's like Strive is more like Street Fighter, really. It's like this kind of, it's just missing a lot of that shit. Xrd is the dumbest name ever, yeah. You know, I believe they called it Xrd because XXX, you know. Even though I think it'd be fun if they called it Guilty Gear XXX. I think that'd be awesome. Oh, Strive is, it's not that they just casualized it. It's like, it's literally a different game as far as how much they've changed and removed. It's like a whole different animal. And they kind of even said that. The guy was like, hey, this is kind of just like a different game with some Guilty Gear influence. Here you go. You know, so it's not even just that it's casual. It's like not even the same thing. I don't really care that much because I don't play the Guilty Gear games competitively or anything. But I did really like watching Xrd at EVO. That was like one of my main things I did is I watched Xrd at EVO. So, or XX on the side tournaments. And I'm sure they've got side tournaments, but it's just not the same. Oh my god, Reverse Edge. Like probably Reverse Edge has to be nominated for like one of the worst game mechanics of all time. It's got to be up there, right? It's like one of the worst game, not even like one of the worst fighting game mechanics. It might just be like worst game mechanics of all time. What were they thinking with that? It's like, okay, let's take a mechanic and basically build in QTEs into a fighting game. What the hell were they thinking? Oh my god, that was terrible. Any spooky games you playing for Halloween? Yes, I'm playing Resident Evil 5. That's spooky. X3 would have been fine. Yeah. Triple X would have been fine. Right? Strive, DJ Sesame says he likes how Strive looks. Strive looks incredible. Graphically, that game is amazing. Yeah, when you look at the fighting games, Strive is like the best looking one, right? Strive, or does it even have someone competing with it? You will not catch me saying that game looks bad. That game looks incredible. That's why it works, I think. That's what holds that sucker together, is its amazing graphics. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, I would love Strive's visuals to just be on a more, deep, interesting game, but the visuals are incredible. God, yeah. If I play Strive, it will be strictly for those visuals. Yeah. Tekken 7 does also look really good. I like Tekken 7 as well. I think Tekken 7 looks good. Dragon Ball DBZ Fighters looks good, but I like Strive a lot more than DBZ Fighters because I like the art style of Strive a lot more than Dragon Ball's art style. And the thing is I really like Dragon Ball Z. I'm a Dragon Ball Z fan, but I hate Super, and so much of DBZ Fighters is Super and Super bullshit. I'm like, ugh. That really hurts it. That knocks it down a peg, in my opinion. All the Super bullshit in that game. If it was straight up DBZ Budokai, we're talking, but I hate Super, so that really hurts. That really hurts DBZ Fighters. Plus, Strive is like a even more expanded version of that. I think DBZ looks good, but I think Strive looks the best. Oh, we're jamming with this tune. Yeah, the casuals definitely outnumber us. Game Center Grow asks, what are your thoughts on the casualized installment is also the hottest seller in the series phenomenon? That's fact. Like, that's is there any contradictory example of that? I don't think there is. I think every single game series is like that, right? I can't think of one that's not. Every single one is like that. Look at Smash. Smash Melee sold well. Brawl destroyed it. And I think more recent Smash games also outsold Melee big time. Soul Calibur 2? Soul Calibur 2 might be one of those examples, but the thing about Soul Calibur is I don't think Soul Calibur got casualized so much initially. It just got bad. Like, it just was shitty. So that would be interesting to look at Soul Calibur. But I think the later Soul Caliburs outsold too. So I think that the trend still holds. Guilty Gear Strive destroys. Street Fighter. Well, Third Strike didn't sell well at all, right? It was like a flop. Street Fighter 2, though, might be a bit of a problem there. Because isn't Street Fighter 2 the highest selling Street Fighter game? Or was it beaten by 5 or something? 5 kind of goes against that too a little bit. Because didn't 5 not sell all that well? Or did it? I can't remember. Let us turn to our friend Steam charts. Or to VG charts. VG charts. It also, Street Fighter 2 is kind of cheating because it's been sold 5 trillion times. I get that. But let's see. VG charts, Street Fighter 2. All sales. Okay, here we go. This isn't exactly scientific. 14 million units. Woo! But I get it's kind of cheating. It's kind of cheating because Street Fighter 2's like Super Mario World or whatever. It's been sold 5 trillion times. That is kind of cheating. But let's just look at VG charts. What? Street Fighter 4? The Street Fighter 4, I'm not sure was that casual, to be honest. I mean, a little bit, but not that casual. I mean, I have one frame links and all this crazy bullshit. 9.7 million copies. That's a lot. Street Fighter 5. See, Street Fighter 5 might buck this trend a bit, because Street Fighter 5 is definitely more casual than 4. And it undersold, so 7.3. So Street Fighter 5 kind of is an example of going against that a little bit. Street Fighter 6 sales. I wonder what Street Fighter 6 has sold. 2 million. That kind of surprises me, to be honest. I thought it would sell better than that at this point. How popular it is. Well, there you go. Street Fighter might be like the one counterexample I can kind of point to of that. But Street Fighter's tricky because it's always changing all the time. So it's like hard to really pin down when it was like hardcore. Like when it was Street Fighter hardcore. Third Strike, Alpha 2, somewhere in there. This 4 was kind of technical too. 5. Yeah, 5 was just... Yeah, 5 could be an anomaly in there. Yeah, 5... Oh, I know. I know, like... Whoa, I hit some crazy button. Chat, I'm scared. I hit some crazy-ass button. Oh, God. Oh, shit. What have I done? Oh, shit. Chat. I don't know what I did. I don't know what's happening here. Can you guys... Am I still live? What happened? Are you guys still seeing me? Okay, jeez. I hit some kind of crazy button. Hold on. Hold on. I accidentally hit something and fucked things up. I reached for my keyboard and hit some crazy button combination and it did all this weird stuff. Sorry. We're gonna talk among yourselves for a minute. Speak among yourselves for a minute. I gotta get back to getting the stuff all fixed. Okay. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost fixed. Sorry, I don't know what the hell happened. Windows Alt backspace delete. Yeah, something like that. I hit some crazy combo. Okay, we're back though. We're back. Okay. Okay, that should do it. Okay. Tekken Beach Ball better than Tekken Tag? I've never played Tekken Beach Ball. I've never really had a huge interest in it. I have not played Bloody Roar. I haven't. Hit combos in VF6 on Windows. Exactly. I was hitting some crazy fucking macro there. Tekken Ball's amazing. I've never played it. I've played Tekken Force, and I love Tekken Force, so there's that. Tekken Force. That's a fucking fun one. His ramp download finally finished. Yeah, this is some true gamer hours right now. Normally I'm passed out about this time. Oh yeah, Toho Fighters. I bet those are really hard to get into. Especially because, like, Toho... yeah, Toho is not as serious about teaching you, teaching you what the hell's going on, is it? Tekken 3. I need to try Tekken 4. It's been years. I remember really enjoying Tekken 4's Force mode, but it's been years since I've played it. Tekken 8. Yeah, I should tomorrow. I might stream a little bit of me playing Tekken 8, the beta. I might. That's not for sure though. Rhops asks, "Are you into any arcade racing games?" There's precisely one arcade racing game that I play, and that is Initial D. And my local arcade had it for years. And I used to really love going there and just spending credits on that Initial D machine. I actually was going to order off eBay one of the cards that you put in it, you know? But I was getting all jazzed for it, and then they sold the machine. It's gone. So now my heart is broken, and I have no Initial D to play. And when I go to my local Donpachi cart, and I go to my local arcade, there's no Initial D. It breaks my heart. But I especially like the whatever version I was playing, the one with like the Eurobeat that was from the 2000s. God. Why don't I like Turtles in Time Arcade, Goat City asks. I don't like it because it is really, it's like, so Turtles in Time on the Super Nintendo and Turtles in Time Arcade are two completely different games, because in between Turtles in Time on the Super Nintendo and Turtles in Time in the arcade, Final Fight happened, and Konami played Final Fight, and they're like, oh. So that's how you make a beat 'em up. This is how you do it. So like Turtles in Time Arcade doesn't have a throw system. It has like really noodly hits and hit stun. You're just flapping around. You're just slapping shit. It doesn't have that fully developed combat system that the SNES version has, or like Batman Returns has. I love like the SNES era of Konami, because they played Final Fight and they're like, oh, okay, let's do that. And it worked. And they turned the corner on that big time. But Turtles in Time Arcade's before that. So you're just flailing. It's a lot of you dive kick and you just flail. There's no throws, none of that. It's just really underdeveloped, I think. I don't think it's very good. I mean, you just like fucking dive kick. You just dive kick the game, basically. It was dive kick before dive kick existed. Esteban asks, Mark, do you like Dark Souls? I do. I like Dark Souls. I think here's a hot take. I think Bog Hog's asleep now, but here's a hot take and a half. One of my favorite Dark Souls games is Elden Ring, and one of my favorite reasons for that is that fucking horse mechanic in that game. And Bog hates the horse. We go back and forth on this whole time. I love that dumbass horse in Elden Ring, and you just get on it and you just circle strafe the shit out of things. And yeah, so my favorite Dark Souls, yes, yeah, the horse. It's like, I think the reason why I like Elden Ring so much, even though it's not like the best thing ever. Yeah, definitely. We'll get one of those going again. The shmup bros. We just need a good topic. But one of the reasons why I like Elden Ring as much as I do is it's basically like Zelda Ocarina of Time, but good. It's like what Zelda Ocarina of Time should have been in terms of combat and the horse mechanics and everything. But it's actually good. So I think that's one reason why Elden Ring's so popular, is because it's like all the Zelda fans low-key are like, oh, this is what kind of good combat is like, so yeah, I do like the Dark Souls series. I'm not crazy about them though, because of all the RPG stuff, but I do like them. I told you, no, yeah, it's an Ocarina of Time but with good combat, basically, yeah. And you can run around on the horse and fight things. Yeah, exactly. I almost wonder if that's what they were going for. Yeah, Elden Ring's pretty fun. But Elden Ring's like, one of those games where I have fun playing it like kind of casually and stuff. But if I really got into it, like Bog did, Bog like really got into it and he played all the way through it and did all the bosses and stuff. I think that's where the game really starts to fall apart because it's probably too big, too bloated. But if you just jump into it and you kind of just skim the surface, it's pretty fun. As far as AAA games go, it's been one of my favorite in the past few years. Yeah, if you like Ocarina of Time, you have to play Elden Ring. You have to, because it's like better It's like better Ocarina of Time. I like Neo more. I like Neo a lot more than Elden Ring. But that doesn't count, right? When they ask what's your favorite Dark Souls, you can't choose Neo, right? Because that's a Team Ninja game. Neo is my favorite by far. I actually have beaten Neo like 2 or 3 times at this point. And I talked about it earlier on the stream, but the reason why I love Neo is like it's definitely going more in the action game route with like the stances, with like the key pull system, the combat, the enemy design, the boss design. Outside of that stupid amoeba boss. Yeah, no, by far, if you count Neo's my favorite, but I think you can't count it, right? Because it's not actually a Souls game. It's a Team Ninja game. Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah, so with Elden Ring, I just like fast traveled. I never actually like traversed too much or explored. I just fast traveled places and fought stuff on the horse. Sekiro, so I like Sekiro's combat, but I hate all the Spider-Man shit in that game and like having to grapple and traverse around. I really hated that. I thought the combat was fun though. So someone recommended that apparently Sekiro has like a boss rush mode. So that's probably what I'll do is I'll go back and I'll play Sekiro and just play boss rush because I like the combat, but I'm not a huge fan of all the level design and grappling on things and all that. Neo like his own genre. Yeah. Neo's doing its own. Neo is a little bit too distinct, I think, to really be counted in that Souls category because it has so much more like action game mechanics in it. Bloodborne is definitely my favorite. Oh, yeah. I need to play Bloodborne more. I have kind of a funny story about Bloodborne. So I got Bloodborne pretty soon after it came out on the original PS4. You remember that old bitch, the original PS4? And I don't know if you guys remember, but when Bloodborne came out, it had a bit of an issue with its load times. I mean, its load times were egregious. So I played Bloodborne for about 3 hours on the original PS4 when it launched. And I sat through those load times and was like, fuck this. So I actually have had Bloodborne for like, what? How long has Bloodborne been out? Like 8 years or some shit? 6 years? Yeah, it's like 6 or 8. I've had that bitch. I've had that disc sitting in my shed for years. But I now have a PS5. I should play it now. I can play it now because the PS5 can load shit. So yeah, so it's like a brand new game to me. So even though I've had it for years, I didn't play it because of the load times. I outright refused to play it because of those load times. So now I should play it. So I haven't really played Bloodborne because of the load times. Yeah. Oh, it was a mess at launch in terms of frame rate, in terms of load times. And I'm not super picky about frame rates, but load times I'm really picky about. So I was just sitting during these load screens like, no way. There's no way I'm playing this game. Absolutely not. But now, because of the PS5 and its hard drive and everything, now I can pop that bitch in and play some Bloodborne on my PS5. It still has insanely long load times? Oh, God. Well, I'll give it a try. We'll see. Hopefully it's a little better. Data got corrupted. You watching Big House? I'll watch Top 8 tomorrow. Yeah. Why not? Let's watch it. Let's see what's happening. Ever enjoy any Dynasty Warrior Musou games? No, but the ones that I've played, I think Muso, I can't pronounce it, sorry. Muso, is that how you say it? The ones I've played, I think Muso fans would probably agree are really shitty, like the Nintendo ones, like a Zelda and Fire Emblem. Those I just did not like at all. I thought they were really lame. But, you know, I haven't played like a proper Dynasty PS2 Warriors, you know, so I can't make judgment yet until I play those bitches on the PS2. And if the PS2 ones are good, then you know I'll be more open-minded. But I played the Nintendo ones. I think Hyrule Warriors is one of the best. Oh god, that was the one I played, and I was like, oh, this is so boring. So hopefully the older ones have a little. Maybe the older ones though I might like if they're like a little weirder or a little jankier. Because I didn't like Hyrule Warriors because it was kind of just, I don't know. There wasn't like, really, you're just doing this. I was looking for a little more. Way too many mechanics? Yeah, I don't know. Give me the one that's like the craziest. The one that's, and I feel like it's got to be one of those PS2 ones, right? Hyrule Warriors is really well regarded. Yeah, is that because it's Nintendo fans though? You know how the Nintendo fans are. Everything's well regarded if it's a Nintendo game. I want the OG. Let's get the dirty PS2 ones going. I want to try one of those before I pass judgment on Muso. I need those crazy ass PS2 ones. Cause I remember those, and I don't remember always wanting to play them, but I never had one. I played the chat is asking. Let me see where the question was. Hello there, 666 asks, did you play Wulong this year? From the same devs as Neo. I played the demo, and the demo wasn't doing it for me. So I haven't properly played the game, but I was not digging the demo at all. And I wasn't hearing too many good things about it. But I haven't played it yet, so I bet I should probably keep an open mind. So goes. Okay, so apparently there's a Dynasty Warriors made by Capcom called Sengoku Basara. Better. That's considered better. I gotta try that. I want to try the Capcom one because, you know, Capcom, they have a real legacy with beat 'em ups and stuff, so I could see that one being good. Hopefully. Please play Lies of P. I've played the demo for Lies of P for about an hour. So, yeah, I'll have to try it. Further. Get further than that. The thing about playing... See, I came into Lies of P not quite knowing what it was. I just saw the trailer. So I played it a bit. And I was like, oh, this is a Dark Souls game. So, we're good. So I'll have to try it some more. I didn't dislike it, but I was like, oh, it's a Dark Souls game. So is there anything about Lies of P that sort of sets it apart from a Dark Souls style game? Other than, you know, it's got that cool Korean graphics and style. Dynasty Warriors 8. Do you follow any game composers? Yeah, I'm picking... Yeah, Esteban, keep an eye out because there's going to be a whole video, hopefully next Friday, top 30 shmup soundtracks with Ian Cook from Churches. He's the guest, and we go hard on the shmup music. We go hard on that shmup music. So that's gonna be the video. That's gonna be the video. Yeah, Ivan, you're gonna love Esteban. You're gonna love that shit. We talk composers. We talk, and then Ian Cook is like a legit professional musician. And the shit he's talking about, sequencers, and I'm like, whoa. Yeah, so it's a great episode. It's really good. It's really good. I just have to edit it together because it's giant. So hopefully next Friday that'll be edited and up. We talked, Toho's in there. Toho's in there. Ian Cook from Churches, yeah. Celebrity endorsements. We are making it in this world. We're getting celebrities on the channel. We're on our way up. Yeah, no, he's a really cool guy. He's a really cool guy. He's an awesome guest. You guys are gonna love him. He's a really good guest. So the thing about Ian Cook was he actually likes the channel. So that's what's really fun is I didn't message him on Twitter or something. What happened was he was interviewed by like New York something. I always mess it up. I said the New York Times and that was wrong. I think it's like the New Yorker or some New York is in the title. And they're just interviewing about video game music and he brought up my channel. And so everyone's like, yo, this guy likes your channel. And then I emailed him. I was like, oh, you like the channel? And then I proposed that he come on. But so, it was an organic meeting of the minds. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm quite to the level, like, he's kind of doing me a favor coming on this channel. I mean, let's be real here. But it would be cool if like more gamers or musicians and stuff came on, more musicians and stuff came on the channel. 500 Twitter followers makes me a niche internet micro celebrity. Absolutely, Mewjam. Absolutely. Is Platinum dead now that Kamiya is gone? Possibly. Not commercially, absolutely not, but perhaps artistically. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it where they become little square. That's my prediction. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to be wrong, but I kind of, yeah, no, that is a cool crossover, isn't it? Yeah. And I like that kind of music too. I like Churches and Paramore and Yours Truly. I love those types of bands, so it's funny that I actually knew about his band too. What did he say about my channel? He said it's the fucking best channel ever. He said it's the best YouTube. He was really nice about my channel. He's like, yeah, Electric Underground, this guy's crazy and he loves it. You can look it up. Just look up Ian Church's New York something. New York Times, New Yorker. So he's really nice about my channel. Big time. But yeah, my prediction with Kamiya is that I think it is quite likely that Platinum will become like a little Square. You know, they'll make little action RPGs and just stay in that lane. And a lot of people will love it. So if that's what you're into, you're probably going to be happy. Scott Pilgrim, great movie, says Kamiya's asking for 640K a year or so dollar. What is Microsoft doing, not offering him millions a year yet? Actually, Scott, I think if you're an industry insider, so if like you're at Microsoft, you're at these bigger AAA studios, I think, this is just me guessing, this is just me spitballing, you know, I don't think Kamiya is a hot property in their eyes. I think they look at what he's been doing, and he's kind of been slumping, right? He's kind of been in a slump. Bayo 3? Let's look at Bayo 3. And when we talk about these companies, we're talking sales. Doesn't matter if you like this game or that game, we're talking sales. What is he selling? So let's look, VG charts, Bayo 3. Let's see. It's all about the sales. Did Bayo 3 sell well? $1 million units. That's a fail. in the eyes of a big company, in the eyes of like Platinum, in the eyes of Microsoft, 1 million copies, that's a fail. There's no way. Look, because they're paying him $1 million, right? He's got to get 5 mil at least, something like that. I'm just spitballing and kind of talking out my ass, but stop using VG charts. What am I supposed to do? I have nothing else to look at. That's our only metric. Go get it. That's all we can look at. There's nothing else that I know of. Yeah. Kamiya's probably joking. Yeah, especially because he's Japanese, and isn't it like a big taboo in Japan to actually tell people how much you make? So my guess though is I think I get why he left Platinum. I think there's an issue there. Platinum are looking at him and they're saying, dude, you're not moving units. And he's looking at Platinum and he's saying, guys, Bayo 3. Am I right? I mean, Bayo 3, this isn't what I wanted. I wanted something like a legit action game here. And you guys are turning it into freaking an action RPG. So I could see the two butting heads there. So I think with him leaving, this is my prediction, we're going to see a lot more Nier Automata type of stuff coming out of Platinum. Action RPGs. Okay. I enjoyed Still Cresta, no one can stop me. If you're enjoying it, more power to you, my friend. Does the company really attribute the sales to the director? Yes. Absolutely, Steve. Yes. Yes, they do. This goes for everything, by the way. This isn't just video games. So if you're a director of a film, the whole point of being the director, I want to get like a visual aid for a presentation. Let's see if I have something. I don't think I have anything as a visual aid, unfortunately. I have this pen. We'll have to go with the pen. Okay. If you're a director of a film, if you're a director of a video game, your whole purpose is that when the game doesn't sell or the movie doesn't make money, they can remove your head. And they can put your head in a box and bury it. That is being a director. That's the whole point of being a director. Is you are the focus of blame. Yes, abso-goddamnitely. If you're a director of a game and your game doesn't sell well, it is your fault and you're in trouble. Same with the movie. They're gonna take your head and they're gonna chop it off. Yeah. Mikami's head? Yep, exactly. Yeah, but he's the producer guy, right? Kamiya's like the creative director, isn't he? In video games, it's like he's like even higher than the director, isn't he? He's like the executive producer dude. Let's see, Kamiya Bayonetta 3. No, I don't want to hear his hot takes. I want to hear what his role was. Executive director. See, executive director? That's even higher than the director. He's like super director. Yeah, so, yeah, he's in trouble. He's to blame. Executive director is even higher than regular director. Executive supreme leader. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, because Bayo 3 or Bayo 1 wasn't successful either, was it? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, the way the public views people and the way, like, the corporate heads view a person is, like, completely different. I'm sure the same thing with Kojima as well. I'm sure, like, the public, we look at Kojima and we're like, auteur, genius, mastermind. And then if you're like the head of Capcom or you're the head of Konami, of course, but you're head of these other like companies, you look at Kojima, it's like, how much was this asshole spending? Like, what were the budgets on this guy's games? They're out of control. You know, so they look at things very differently. Like, wasn't the budget... Let's look at the budget of Metal Gear Solid 5. I'm pretty sure it was, like, insane. How high the... 80 million. He spent $80 million developing Metal Gear Solid 5. Okay, let's look at the budget of Resident Evil 4 Remake. Okay. Okay, Resident Evil 4 was 60 million, but this is in 2021. 80 million was like, what year did Resident Evil 5 or Phantom Pain come out? It came out like in 2012 or something, 2015. So there's some, it's still higher. It's still higher, and then of course inflation and all that shit. He just spent an ass load of money, that's my point. And I'm sure they were not thrilled. So yeah, I think same month as Undertale, that's crazy. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, like as fans, we think Kojima's awesome. But I'm saying, like, if you run a company and you look at this guy and he's just spending that kind of money, yeah, I'm sure you're a little more nervous to hire him. Yeah. You know, what is the... I bet the budget for Final Fantasy 16 is giant. This is fun. This isn't even a question, I'm just curious. Final Fantasy 16 budget. What do you think it is, chat? I'm thinking it's huge. Oh my god. 700... I can't even say this number. $711 million to develop FF16? Is that even true? Is that even possible for a budget to be that high? It said the budget for FF16 is $711 million. Is that true? That might not even be true. Because that's... Okay. Alright. So here's another one saying that the budget was $150 million. That makes way more sense. I think that $711 million is bullshit. Okay, that's way too high. Yeah, that's just way too high. I'm seeing something here that says 150. That has to be more accurate. 150. There's no way it's 711 million. That's like literally impossible. Yeah, there's no way that's true. It has to be it has to be more like 150. That's another thing said. I think that 711 million is just people. Yeah, I'm seeing more and more things saying like 150. That makes more sense. There's no way they could cost that much money. What game has the highest budget? Let's look that up. What video game has the biggest budget? Here we go. Red Dead Redemption 2. This is according to some website. Red Dead Redemption 2, 540 million. That game was super popular though, so I'm sure it made its money back. Cyberpunk 2017 or 2077? 2017. 2077, 316 mil. Grand Theft Auto 5, 265 mil. I would have thought GTA 5 would be the highest. Modern Warfare 2, 250 mil. Tomb Raider, 135 mil. Freaking Tomb Raider. Yeah, but I think this list is now starting to lose track because it's putting like FF7 at 45 mil, and we already know that there's more higher stuff than that. Star Citizen. But how big of a money pit? What's the budget for Ketsui? The budget for Ketsui is hookers and cigarettes. That's the budget for Ketsui. I'm pretty sure that's what they use to fund and make Ketsui is they bought hookers and cigarettes and made that thing in their basement. GTA 6? Yeah, no kidding. Oh yeah, didn't Shenmue like must have took so much money. What was Shenmue's budget? Sega was just spending like a drunken sailor. 47 million. Jeez. Yeah, there's no way in hell it made that. There's no way. Not even close. Is it true that Shmup Slime is dead? No. Shmup Slime isn't dead. It's taking a year off. I've joked about it, but no, not in all seriousness. I'm taking a year off. So next year I'm doing a different event. But probably the year after that I'll do Shmup Slime again. But I've been kidding about it, especially because I got this huge hospital bill. So I was kind of being crazy. I'm just taking a year off of Shmup Slime. Next year, yeah, RPG Slam. No, next year's event is the meetup at Galloping Ghost, remember? Where I don't have to organize a stream. That'll be nice. We just all gotta go hang out at Galloping Ghosts. Star Citizen is still being crowdfunded and is at 541 million. Is that true? That's crazy. What game lost the most money? Hey, Razor0x, thank you so much for the donation. Speaking of drunken sailors, do you know where I can find some sailors? Well, since you donated, I feel like I need to get the answer to this question. Well, where can you find sailors? I'm gonna Google it for you at least. Where can I find sailors? Department of Navy Records. That's where you gotta go, man. You gotta go to the Department of Navy Records. If you want to find a sailor, that's what it's gonna take. So there you go, Razor RX0. Department of... Akira says, hey man, I loved your recent RE4 video so much. Thanks, Akira. Thanks so much. If you haven't checked it out, check out my most recent video about the death of arcade game design because it really ties into those Resident Evil 4 videos quite a bit. So, and I'm going to be reviewing Resident Evil 5 here pretty soon. Probably next month. What is the biggest, but someone was saying before, what's the biggest budget shmup? I'm trying to think what would be... Star Fox 64 is a shmup, so Star Fox 64 could be up there. It's not going to be a cave game. Because cave games are... It might be one of those Dariuses, though. Like Darius... The new Darius? Maybe one of those. I could see that new Darius game being pretty expensive. Thanks, Forbidden Dave. Yeah, Forbidden Dave is saying the Death of Arcade video was great. I really like that video a lot. I like all my videos, otherwise I won't publish them, but that one has a special place in my heart because it's like a summary of all the things I've been talking about over the years, kind of a mission statement, sort of. Any interest in the Mars FPGA project? Forbidden Dave asks. You can find sailors at docks. That's true. Yeah. You can find sailors at bars near the sea. Scott Pilgrim weighing in there. Good job, Scott. That's a good point. Any interest in Mars FPGA? I was thinking this a little bit earlier in the stream, but I think I'm with these types of things. So it's not just Mars FPGA, but like all of these types of like homebrew hardware, even like the Mister when it came out. My recommendation is always kind of like the wait and see approach. Like see if it gets steam or not, because it could actually be a legitimately good piece of hardware or whatever. But if it doesn't get that internet community investment and support, it basically doesn't go anywhere. Because let's say, the Mars comes out and you buy it and you're like, oh, this is like more powerful than the Mister and everything. But no one develops anything for it and everyone still just focuses on the Mister specs and stuff, then at best you've got like an expensive Mister. So, it needs someone to support it. So, which it might get, I don't know, but so with the Mars, I'm just gonna watch it and keep an eye on it. I'm not saying not saying it's good or bad. I'm just keeping an eye on it, seeing what happens, and if it starts being legit, I'll probably get one. That's always my strategy. Is like just keep an eye on these types of things. Yeah, R-Type Final 2 is probably really up there because it got kickstarted, and they're gonna get some extra money from that. Thanks, Akira. Akira says, checking out all my videos, and there really aren't many people doing high-quality gaming videos. There really isn't. I agree, Akira. And I say this as a consumer, not as a YouTuber. I open up my YouTube subscription feed, and it's just a desert. It's just a wasteland. Like, all of my favorite people who made gaming videos don't do it anymore, or they just do, like, stream highlights, and those are lame. It really is, it kind of is, people just kind of stop doing them. And then the people who do them now, everyone's got to say the same thing. It's very uniform. It's very uniform. Everything's a masterpiece. And then everything's just about how explaining how things are masterpieces. No, not a whole lot of critique happens anymore. So... Oh, is Mars like a product? I would say with those types of things, I've always say just keep an eye on it. Just let's see how this goes. Even if the hardware is really good, it might not have the support it needs, or there might be issues we don't know. Like the Mister, the thing about the Mister that makes it easier to recommend is it has proven itself over time. It is held up. So that doesn't mean something can't be better than it, but it's always, I think, good to kind of keep an eye on things. Because especially I've noticed with like hardware and the internet, if something gets momentum, it gets kind of hard to replace it. Even if you have like better shit, like if something has momentum, it just has that community support and investment. It's like the JLF, like with arcade levers. Like the JLF is a good lever, but there are definitely much better levers than the JLFs. But the JLF is so popular that it just continues to get like mods and all kinds of shit because it has that buy-in. So that's the thing about the Misters. The Misters got that steam going. So something could come along and replace it or one-up it, but it might not. So just keep an eye out, I'd say. Oh, MewJam says the Death Arcade video game definitely resonated with me as a game design student. That's really cool. That's really cool you're a game design student. I'm deeply curious what they teach in game design school because I'm a bit skeptical of what they teach in game design school these days. Just because I went to college and I know what they taught in college, and I didn't go to game design college, but just like regular college. Now I always felt like, regular college was very, very uniform and kind of like, if you want to learn how to do things in a very standard way, that's what they'll teach you in college. But you like innovative, interesting shit, you're not going to learn that in college. Lars Tatar says, you are handsome and smart. Lars, that is a very kind comment. Even if it was meant sarcastically, I can't tell, but even if it was, I still appreciate it. Thanks so much, my dude. That's awesome. Thanks, Lars. Thanks for the donation. That's awesome. Thanks. I really appreciate the donations. That's super cool. I hated college. I loved college. So thank you, Lars, by the way. I'm not sure exactly how to follow up that comment, but to say thank you. I actually really enjoyed college. I was like a professional college student. I was in college so long that I got kind of institutionalized. Like, I loved college because I could just go into these classes and just schmooze and chat with the professors, buddy with all my professors, chat. It was like, also, like, college Mark was like prototype YouTube Mark. So, like, because I've always been someone who likes to speak publicly and vent my various ideas and beliefs and stuff, but I didn't have an outlet for that for years. And college was kind of my outlet for that. So I would go in class and I would kind of like take over the class, and you know, I'd be that motherfucker in class that you either loved or hated because I had something to say. I had something to say every fucking day. Mark's got something to say. And it was like a little bit of a performance, and you know, so yeah, I loved college. It was like my prototype. Oh, it was being nice. Well, that was really nice. Handsome and smart. I really appreciate that. So I loved college. A little too much, actually. I had a little bit too much fun in college. And also, like, I think people, if you're in college long enough, you kind of see how much college is sort of bullshit. But, I mean, it really is. Like, as someone who's spent, I got all the degrees, and I spent years in college, you do start to, if you really kind of go in on it, you do start to see how much of it is kind of bullshit. Like, yeah, my professors are kind of getting paid to just sort of whatever, man, you know? So, yeah. I feel like I really enjoyed it, but it's not going to bring you all the answers you seek. You know, there's a level above college. I've always felt that college is kind of like, it's school, right? But there's a level above school. Same thing with game design. You know, you learn stuff in school, but then there's going to be a level above that you need to strive for. Don't just think all the answers are in school. What's your major? What was my major? I had all the majors, Goku. I was every major. I went into one of those school... I changed my major so many times. I went into one of those school... I graduated with a psychology degree. I can read your mind. I can analyze you. I know exactly what you're thinking. Yeah, psychology was what my major was. But I changed my major so many times. Psychology was just like, okay, you've gotten all the. I did the entire undergraduate program for physical therapy, like the entire thing. I could have graduated and been a physical therapist, but I was like, I did the entire thing and I started shadowing and like working as a physical therapist, and I was like, oh, it turns out I don't want to be a physical therapist. I only spent 4 years in school studying this, but turns out I don't want to be a physical therapist. So then I went back to school for another 2 years and got my psych degree. So I've been in school. I did all of the school. And I could have also gotten an English degree too. I did so much English and philosophy. I couldn't have gotten a philosophy degree because I didn't like upper division philosophy. But I did do upper division English. So at the end, I could have walked out with either a psych degree or an English degree. And I was like, what will most likely lead to jobs? So I went out with the psych degree. Yeah. I'm not a psychologist. I don't work in psychotherapy now, but that's what I got my degree in. Then you gotta learn to work your degree. Make your degree work for you. Don't take life advice from me. In terms of school and money, don't there are other people that are much better to seek life advice. I am not one of them. There's this one guy who's a fan of my channel, and this is what's funny, is like being kind of a somewhat popular YouTuber. You know, it gives the illusion that I'm like successful. I'm fairly successful, but I'm not. I'm like lower middle class. I am not like highly successful. I'm sitting in my literal office. I'm a 9-to-5er guy, and so this guy calls me because you know, he loves the channel, and he's like inspired by the channel and stuff, and he's like asking me for life advice. And you know, depending on where you are in life, I probably yeah, highly successful, averagely successful, I'd say. Yeah, I'm in my office. I'm not working. I'm just chilling. I use my office as like a second recording studio these days. Just because if I stream and start ranting, like I get loud enough where I could like wake. Plus my neighbors are insane. I'm getting sick of them. I'll be out streaming or recording, and then my neighbors are fucking going crazy and like blowing shit up, or working on their fucking car at 4 a.m, or having a fight with their boyfriend at 4 a.m. Motherfuckers. I hate them. So they've screwed up so many streams and recordings that if I can, I use the office. But I'm just using it here. I don't whatever. I'm not actually like working right now. But anyway, let me finish this story. So the guy's calling me for like kind of life advice, and depending on where you are in life, I may be able to give you advice. Like if you're still in school, or if you're kind of like, you know, maybe in a lower income job or whatever, I can kind of at least show you what I figured out. The guy's calling me for life advice. He was like an investment banker or something. He was like 10 times more successful than me financially. He's like, and he's talking about like investments and shit. I'm like, yeah. So I don't know why he thought that I was going to be able to tell him the direction to go. I was like, yeah, man, just keep making ass loads of money. I think that's the direction. That sounds like a good direction, man. Make ass loads of money. That's going to work. I think that's going to work. I don't know what he thought I was going to tell him. That made me laugh. I hung up that call. Yeah. I hung up that call. I was like, man, the internet's wild. Like people highly, yeah, he's like fucking Harvard grad or some shit. Yeah, I was like, you should be telling me what to do, dude. The conversation should be reversed. Yeah, exactly. I think I gave him some sound advice, which is continue. Just keep it going, man. Keep making that money. Keep it going. Keep making big piles of money. Oh, thanks, Bushin. Bushin Ryu Cat. He's an OG commenter and fan of the channel. Donated $10. Thanks so much, my dude. His comment was, Bushin says, Mark, your analysis of fighting games and using Virtua Fighter as a template is wonderful. Soon you'll have to start covering racers like Tokyo Highway, Initial D, or Forza. Modifying car specs is cool. Oh my god, what have I signed myself up for? I'm really glad you appreciate my fighting game reviews. I've been a long time fighting game player and fan. And it's funny is that the channel has sort of come full circle on fighting games, because in the early days of the channel, when I first started the podcast, I was much more familiar with fighting games than I was shmups. And so in my early conversations, if you go back to the early podcast episodes, I talk about fighting games a lot in those early podcast episodes because I was using them as sort of a reference for understanding shmups. So like when Eaglet's talking to me about Battle Garega, and Jamers is talking to me about Donpachi, DOJ, and Ketsui, I'm using fighting games as like a reference to understand these concepts a lot. And then as the channel goes on, obviously I become more, and Melee. Yes, I became more familiar with shmups and more into the genre shmups, studied the shmups. Like,
I did my college course in shmups, got my degree in shmupology, and got really, really into the genre and really studied the genre heavily. And as I got more and more familiar with shmups, I started talking about fighting games less. And then in the past few years, I was like, well, I still play and discuss fighting games all the time. I should actually like bring it back into the channel. So then I started to bring fighting games back in the channel. And the ironic part is that people had forgotten that I was a fighting game player before I was a shmup player. So it's come full circle, which I think is cool. As far as racing games, I've only really played Initial D, so I'd be more than happy to discuss and review Initial D, but I'm not really good at racing games. Like, that's one of those things, I'm going to be like a game journalist. If I try to start explaining Forza to you, it's going to sound like a game journalist, because I don't understand the genre super well. So, yeah. So I'd be happy to review Initial D and like play a little bit more. I also played this one racing game on the Xbox a lot that I thought was really fun, Project Gotham Racing, which I believe has connections with a Dreamcast racing game, Metropolis City or Metropolis Racer or something. The fact that they called Project Gotham Racing and had like this vague Batman association without any actual association to Batman, I think that was really smart. That was just some 4D chess from the from the branding of that game. The game's sick though. Project Gotham Racing is a really fun racer. Oh, Project Gotham Racing 2. I played 2. Oh, awesome. I got a donation from a fellow with a Japanese name. I wish I could read Japanese, but I can't. This looks like a handsome fella with a cool profile picture. Did I ever play Gun Z, The Duel? I feel like it's the pinnacle of good jank. I've never heard of Gun Z, The Duel. Let's take a lookie. I'm gonna pop open YouTube and I'm gonna take a look at Gun Z, The Duel. Is it a newer game? It looks like a newer game. That's cool. The world's most technical third-person shooter. The rise and fall of guns. Is that a different game? Guns the Duel. Is it worth playing in 2022? This could have been the... What is happening? This could have been the best esport ever? See, these are some top tier YouTube titles, by the way. I should remind me to make a YouTube video with a title like that. This could have been the greatest esport ever. And it's like, Ketsui. I've never heard of this game though. This looks interesting. Let's watch it. Oh, okay. What is happening here? I should have watched gameplay footage instead of watching a review, because reviews, it's hard to get a feel for what the actual game is like, funnily enough. Gun Z, The Duel highlights. Let's take a look at that. Okay. Is it like Call of Duty? Kind of like a whatever, like a multiplayer shooter? Oh yeah, the graphics are definitely on the jank side, that's for sure. No, I already disagree with the title of that video where it said this could have been the biggest esport of all time. You can't have a really, really big thing with like kind of basic graphics anymore. Just in terms of marketing, I don't think. Not in this style anyway. I think it, well, you know, it's not terrible looking or anything, but I think it has that like niche look to it that I don't think it could ever be like a Fortnite or whatever. Like Fortnite has, I don't like its graphics, but it has that sort of Pixar kind of thing going that everyone just seems to love so much. Oh, it looks interesting though. Kind of looks interesting. Kind of reminds me of like Unreal Tournament a little bit. Looks kind of cool. This looks like a multiplayer game from like the 2000s. I'm sorry, I'm just watching footage. You guys can't even see what the fuck I'm looking at. Sorry. Anyway, I get back to chat. Yeah, it looks pretty interesting. Could be really cool. I've never played it though. Oh shit, I got another donation. Jink640. Whoa. Jink640. Dropping some cash to encourage some more casual late night streams. Do you guys enjoying this? Yeah, it's kind of fun, right? I thought it'd be fun to talk to the chat because YouTubers don't do that anymore, right? Like YouTubers generally now talk over game footage and stuff. I mean, of course, streaming, but like I think there's something kind of fun about talking directly to the chat. So yeah, I might do this a little bit more often, especially you guys donating so much. Feels like you guys want me to do it. It's fun, huh? Yeah, maybe I'll start doing this every so often. You know, you can't overdo it. You gotta do just the right amount. Thanks so much, my dude. Thanks so much, Jink. F-Zero GX is the greatest racing game ever, IMO. I love F-Zero GX. I don't know if it quite counts as like the best racing game ever. We'll have to ask Bog. He actually knows a lot more about racing games than me. But I think isn't like F-Zero like GX is awesome, but isn't it like kind of busted as hell? Busted to hell. Windjammers. Esport. It's a multiplayer shooter, but with janked animation canceling. Yeah, baby. It doesn't look like a bit like Fortnite, but I think it has a little bit more of that sort of like anime edge, whereas Fortnite has like a Pixar edge to it. Yeah, it probably would need more. But Roblox has a huge esports scene. What the hell is Roblox? I kid you not. I hear about this all the time. I don't know what it is. I assume it's like Minecraft, isn't it? But I actually have I know nothing about it. But every time I hear Roblox, I just imagine Minecraft. Oh, Minong! I know Sir Minong. Minong's a patron. Any thoughts on Gundam? Oh man, that's a general, like the anime? I fucking love Gundam. Yeah, I've been thinking about doing a Gundam video. Absolutely. Gundam the anime? Or do you mean Gundam the PvP fighting? Aren't those a successor? I'll just answer both to cover my bases here. Anime's awesome. I've been thinking about watching some more Gundam Wing. Just because I loved that when I was a kid. I always thought that show went pretty hard when I was a kid. And then Gundam, the game series, isn't that kind of a successor to Virtua-On? Like, from what I understand, Gundam... So Sega made Virtua-On, and then Sega actually made, like, the Gundam games for a bit, and then Namco took it over in some capacity, but it was originally Sega making them. That's what I heard, I think. I could be wrong, but that's what I've heard, so... I need to get into those. I need to... Especially with Virtua-On. Like, Virtua-On's is on my list of, like, games I need to play and discuss on the channel. Because it's such an important game in my mind that gets overlooked. So Virtua-On, and then from there, yeah, the Gundam games. Virtua-On with easy lock-on and more movement abilities. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And I know Quash really likes it. Oh, thanks so much, Tonberry. Tonberry's battery's about to die. Have a great night or morning. Yeah, this is that magic hour where it's neither night nor morning. Thanks so much, Tonberry. For me, it's 2:30, so it's still, I guess, technically night. Thanks so much, Ton. We're all hoping your battery hangs in there. Forbidden Dave. More money to support the chatting streams. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I might do this like every other week or so. What's your favorite arcade button layout? Vuelix, Noir. For me, the Sega 2P6 button can't be beat. I know which one I like. I can't remember which one it is naming wise, so let's look. I know I can recognize the layout when I see them. I think it's the Vuelix, but I get them confused. Vuelix button layout. So let's double check this. I know what it is. Okay. Vuelix, for the chat, is like an arch. Okay. So I don't think it's the Vuelix. I think it's the Noir. Noir button layout. Okay, there's an article here on Reset Era. We'll see the difference. Which one is which? Okay, here we go. Noir, Vuelix. I'm a Noir man myself. Yeah, I like the Noir. And the reason why I like the Noir is because I like to use the palm of my hand to hit the button. Oh shit, let me grab my arcade stick. Hold on, it's right over here. Let me grab it. Oh, I gotta restart our tunes. Okay. Oh, what awesome super chats. Okay, hold on. We're still on Dave's super chat, then we'll get to the other ones. Thanks so much, everyone. I don't think I've ever had this many super chats ever. I'm quite sure. Okay, so here we go. Here's my arcade stick. The famous, infamous Mark arcade stick, because it looks insane. I know it's jank as shit. This is the button layout I use. And this, I believe, is a Noir button layout. And the reason why I like this button layout, and I have tried the other one, but the reason why I like this one is because I always play Fate buttons, and I like to hit this button with the palm of my hand. So I can't really show that on the camera very super well, but I like to use my palm here, like this. Like this. And if it curves downward, you can't really do that. So that's why I really like the Noir. So that I can use my palm. It's actually a really good input. It's like almost as good as your 3 fingers if you get your palm in there. So it's a secret technique I use, so I like the Noir for that. So there you go, Forbidden Dave. I am a Noir man, it looks like. And I'm always 8 buttons. Always, you gotta have 8 buttons. I don't think you can do 6-button arcade sticks anymore. Because, like, fighting games, everything needs 8 buttons now. Everything needs 8 buttons. So, yeah, definitely, I highly recommend if you get an arcade stick. 6 is cool. 6 is cool and, like, has a nice clean look to it. But these days, you need 8. You just need 8. It's that simple. You need 8 of them. So get a Noir if you want my opinion. That's my favorite layout. Ushi Man, I'll support 2, 8. Thanks so much, Ushi. That's really awesome. Thanks so much, my dude. Yeah, awesome. Well, with the support, I feel like I gotta start doing these more. Can you do a video on Resident Evil 5/6? Your wish is my command. Tom, I gotta pronounce this correctly here. Tom Fonzie. Tom Fonzie, right? Tom Fonzie? Absolutely. Because I just got Resident Evil 5 on my Xbox One. I've had Resident Evil 5 on my 360 for years, but you know, 30 FPS. And the Xbox One X version is 60 FPS. And yeah, I am doing a video on Resi 5. It is happening. So that, yes, I'm going to do that. You read my mind. I'm going to do Resident Evil 5. That'll probably be next month. And then maybe around Christmas time, if I can bring myself to play through Resi 6, I'll do a video on Resi 6. Yeah. And then that's it. I'm not playing that first person Resi. Hell no. I'm not playing modern Resi. We'll get to 6 and we'll call it good. Yeah, donations rolling. That's so nice. That's so nice, you guys supporting the channel. Yeah, I'm glad people are liking the streams. That's awesome. Show the wiring. Okay. Alrighty, so what kind of secret wiring do we have here? So here, I have a USB plug, obviously. But the funny thing is that it doesn't extend further because this is my ghetto version of doing a quick release. Because then I have a USB extension cord. So I don't, I used to play it with like, the wire would come out. But I got fucking sick of that. So instead, my USB cord is inside it. It just kind of pokes out. And then I use a USB extension cord to hook up to things. That way I have like a quick release. That's like a poor man's way of making yourself a quick release. And then here, this is so ghetto, sorry. This here is a switch. What does this switch do? That's my turbo button. So you hold it. The way it works on the Brooks is you hold it. There's no... obviously I could have wired it to these buttons, but I'm stupid. So I wired it to like a switch and then glued the switch to my case. So you hold it and then that will activate your auto fires. So you hold it to activate auto fires. And then these wires, what the fuck are these things? These two wires are my light wires, and I just let them hang out the side of it. So when I want to do input lag tests, instead of, I used to have them on the inside. Then every fucking time I had to do an input lag test, I'd have to undo it, get it in, and all that. Now I'm lazy, so now the wires just hang out, and then when I want to do my input lags, I connect, I connect it. So there you go. So that's what those are. Those are my input lag wires. Highly, highly beautiful arcade stick. So many people are really... When people talk about arcade stick customization and design, I always get questions on how I make mine look so polished and professional. Okay, getting caught up. Yeah, thanks so much for thank you so much for the support. F-Zero on the SNES. Oh yeah, F-Zero on the SNES is really fun. It is pretty overlooked too. The F-Zero on the SNES is pretty cool. Or am I still, Champion Slug asks, am I still using that optimal K lever? Here she is. I am. It is that gold, the perfect lever, as I called it, by my metrics. Yes, here it is. It's right here. It's right here. You may notice it looks a little different. That's because when I did that perfect arcade lever video, it had a bat top. Because this didn't exist, but I love this. So it's the same lever, but the top is different because it's a race car top, whatever you call it, a bullet top. It literally didn't exist when I did the video. But the lever is exactly the same, 100% the same. It's just I changed the top out for that bullet top. Not because it is functionally any better than a bad top, it really isn't, but it just looks cool. So yeah. Yes, I'm still using that same lever. So that video, if you can still find the parts for that, from that video, like if those parts are still sold, I think they are, you can still make my lever from that video. It's the same one. Except you have, if you want the little bullet top, you're gonna have to order that. Oh, Cyclic Gamer says he's got to go. Good night. Thanks so much, my dude. Thanks much for tuning in. Have a good night, my man. I'm not core enough to play with that many buttons. Maybe you're meant to just play Toho. Well, Mew Jam, if you're just playing Toho, then yeah, you don't need 8 buttons. But when you start getting into like fighting games and stuff, they just want 8 buttons now. And I think like it gives you a lot more flexibility to do things, even with shmups at times. Like Death Smiles, for example. Death Smiles is like an 8-button shmup basically, because let's talk Death Smiles here. You've got your left or whatever, left or right. I can't remember. Let me get this on screen here. Left or right turbo, right turbo, and then bombs, one of these, and then like charge magic is one of these. Then there's some other fucking input. Like it's kind of like a 7-button game once you get everything all coordinated. So yeah, there's shmups like that. Radiant Silvergun. I think Radiant Silvergun's kind of 6, but 8 helps if you want to do some switches. It's 10:30 a.m. here. Nice. That's a good time. What's the best encoder board to put in an X arcade for use on a Switch? Well, the universal board is really good. And I don't know. I don't know what else is out there for Switch outside of the universal board. I'm sure there are other options at this point, but the one that I use is the universal board. But there could be other options that I'm not up on with. Resi 6 is the best. Resi 6, I'm sure has some virtues, and we will get there. But let's not forget it's got some major issues with level design. Because I have Resi 6, and I played it for about 3 hours, and between all the QTEs and the walking sections, I was like, Capcom, what are you doing, man? Yeah. So the campaign, I think, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. But as I understand, it's got some serious highlights too. So no official review of 6 yet. I just gotta get through it. What do you mean RE4 is made for a controller? Oh, you can actually play RE4 on arcade stick. I don't know if I was talking about that, but you can. You can play RE4 on arcade stick. It's pretty fun. Have you ever played either Dark Cloud games? 3 will probably remember. I've heard of them, but I've never played them. Which is the best RE? Probably RE4, right? I mean, that's... in my book, that's going to be really hard to beat, RE4. I think the only game that might have a chance, is RE5, potentially. If it builds off the combat of RE4. But at this point, I think we're pretty safely in the conclusion that's going to be RE4. Can't aim with an analog. I can't aim with an analog stick. We need Wanted Dead speedrun using the Donkey Konga bongo drum controller. Wanted Dead is a surprisingly technical game, so I don't think that's even possible. I don't know the Konga controller that well, but you need all the buttons when you play Wanted Dead. You need them all. It's a technical game. It needs all, whatever, 10, 12 buttons, however many buttons are on a PS4 controller. It needs all of them. Yeah, thanks, yeah. The stick is really good. My arcade stick, functionally, is top tier. It is a killer. If you come to a tournament and you see this motherfucker, that's scary. This thing is mean. That's the point. You know, there's different mentalities behind how you design your arcade stick. Do you want your arcade stick to be pretty? Or do you want your arcade stick to be terrifying? That's what this thing is. Terrifying. It's supposed to scare the opponent rather than charm them. It's supposed to terrify them. But it is actually really good functionally. It's really good. Yeah. Death Smiles is hard on arcade stick if you don't have all the buttons. Hey, I want to learn Gunny Rooney says, "Hey, I want to learn shmup, and does that Toho 7.8 still hold up as a good entry?" Absolutely, yes. That would be my recommendation. If you want to start in shmups, especially bullet hells, I think Toho Perishable Night or Toho 7 is a really strong starting point. This is the background music I've heard anyone pick up for a stream. This is the best background music I've heard anyone pick for a stream. Thanks, my dude. So, do you know what it is? It's a more... I mean, the game's kind of popular at this point, right? Parasite Eve. But yeah, that's what the background music is. Parasite Eve. Bush and Ryan says, "Mark, if you're still looking into invest in Virtua Fighter," yep, I'm still playing it. "Will you start to host online tournaments on VF5 Ultimate Showdown? Might suggest talking to Blitzball Champion." No. I will not host any tournaments, but I will participate in them. Key difference. Because as I've learned from Shmup Slam, if you want to participate in an event, hosting it does not allow you to do that. And I actually want to play in tournaments with Virtua Fighter, so I will be playing in them. Absolutely. I want to do that. Yeah, I want to enter Virtua Fighter tournaments and get my ass kicked, but I do not want to host them. I do not want to be the host, because if you're the host, you can't play. You have to host. It's an unsung job that kind of takes away from being able to play the games. So no, I won't host them, but I will play them. Or do you mean host in like the streamer sense, where I like stream it? I'd be happy to stream, but I'm not like actually hosting a tournament, because oh my god, no. He's a YouTube streamer and amazing VF player and a friend of mine. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, so I'd be happy to play and interact with him, but as far as hosting, you must mean in like a YouTubing sense, I suppose. Question, am I excited for Get Me Out Please? It's supposed to be a 4-player survival horror escape room. It sounds jank, but interesting. Yeah, I don't typically play survival horror, funnily enough. Like, I love Resident Evil 4 for its action game elements, but I don't tend to play survival horror games. So, like, Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 1. I don't play those games because I don't play survival horror, really. Any preference in standard dual analog controllers? I'm really divided these days, honestly. Of course, there's the Xbox One X controller, which is really solid. But I also really like the PS5 controller. Yeah. Like, I have to choose one. I can't be a little bitch. I have to choose one, right? I have to choose. So I would probably go with PS5 at this point. I have to choose. I get one, that's it. So I would go with PS5. I love the PS5 controller. The only reason why I don't have because I'm literally playing my Xbox. So gotta have the Xbox controller. I love them both though. They're both really good. And I'm ambidextrous with controllers. I'm a switch hitter. I swing for both teams on controllers. Because you can hand me one of these bitches, I can play with this. You can hand me a PS5 controller, I can play with it. I learned to play on both controllers years ago, so I'm good with both, but I prefer the PS5. PS5, my favorite. Oh, the Xbox D-pad? Dear God. This D-pad fucking sucks, okay? I know the Xbox fans are trying so hard to be like, no, it's better, it's better. It still sucks. I mean, the thing about it is, I think it works really well if you're playing like FPS games and you're playing menus. Like, if you need to use this for menus, it's perfectly fine. But if you're trying to play a shmup on this motherfucker, absolutely not. No, it doesn't. It's not nearly as good as the Vitas. I have a Vita. I love the Vita. The thing about the Vita is, and the thing why it's so much better, is because the Vita has a pivot, and a really nice pivot on this. This sucker, it's almost good, but it doesn't have a good pivot. So like, it's too flat. It's too flat. So like, it's good for if you need to just hit buttons. It's good if you want your D-pad to be a set of buttons, basically. Like if you need it to be an up, down, left, right, diagonals, it's perfectly fine. But if you need it to do motions, it's too shallow, and the pivot is weird on it. No, I don't like it. I think the DS4 I think the PS5 D-pad sucks too, though. I had to play Tekken 8 on that fucking PS5 D-pad. That is a step down, certainly. The PS4 D-pad is much better than the PS5, but the PS5 like analog and buttons are so much better. So, and I play on arcade stick. So basically, if there's any situation where any D-pad is going to be required, this motherfucker's coming out. So I mostly judge controllers and pads based off of their analog sticks and buttons and shoulder buttons and stuff. And in terms of the PS5, it's a huge upgrade in there. Tom Fonzie asks, Lolita novel review over Dodonpachi gameplay when? Did I talk about this in a stream or whatever? But yeah, Lolita is one of my favorite novels. I would love to review that novel. I'm a huge fan of that book. And I think it is widely misunderstood. So that would actually be really fun. Yeah, I think I've talked about how much of a fan I am of that book. And it's really misunderstood, I think. And it's kind of like the fact that Lolita is so misunderstood shows how illiterate we've become. Where it's like the whole book is one of the best condemnations of like abuse. It's like one of the best books written about abuse and how terrible it is, and like how people like rationalize abuse in their minds and stuff. And people aren't literate enough to understand that's what the book's about. So, yeah, I would love to do Lolita's deeply misunderstood type of book. Bush and Ryucat, thanks so much for the donation. Mark, why can't I legally buy Batsugun? Am I wrong? I don't know. Are you? Can you legally buy Batsugun? You can get it on the Saturn. That's going to be a pretty penny. Then there's this tribute collection. Ugh, don't do that. Are there other ports of Batsugun? Batsugun ports. I know there's Saturn. And I know the City Connection, which is terrible. Are there other ones? That might be it. That's it, right? So, I mean, if you want to buy Batsugun, oh god. Imagine how much that's going to cost you. Or just play it on the Mister, man. Or play it on, like, MAME or something. I hate PS D-pads. I don't love them, but they're functionally pretty solid. Are you ever going to address the poop sock allegations? I don't even know what that is. I would unironically find a Lolita review fun. Yeah. I would talk about... as far as the poop sock allegations, I don't even know what that is. Lolita would be a great book review because there's so much... In terms of like language, the writing, all that's really good. And the fact that's so misunderstood, there's a lot of things we talk about. I probably won't review that on my channel, but yeah, you can buy Batsugun Saturn Tribute, but that's going to be rough. As a lazy butt, I'm still using a Wii Pro. Oh yeah, the Wii Pro actually has like a pretty solid D-pad. Yeah, it has I have one of those. It's a pretty solid D-pad. Oh yeah, the writing in Lolita is amazing. See, the problem is, here's the thing, is like this could be like what I could talk about. Like Lolita and Death Smiles should not be associated with each other because they're diametrically opposed. Like Death Smiles, I like the game, but it's definitely actually kind of creepy. Where Lolita is not. Lolita is more condemning Death Smiles. That's the thing I'm talking about. Like they should not be considered together. They should actually be considered opposed. The novel opposes Death Smiles, but people don't understand that. So they think they're like, oh, you like Lolita and you like Death Smiles. Not for the same reasons, I'll say that much. Excited for DJ? Very excited. Very excited for DOJ, yes. It's like the one... Like, is it just me? It's been really light in terms of shmup releases this year. This year has been a real year off in terms of shmup releases. There's been some, but it's been pretty light. So, this has kind of been the year of fighting games. If you think about it, we got Street Fighter 6 that came out, all the Tekken betas, a lot of fighting game stuff. But as far as shmups, and even beat 'em ups, shmups and beat 'em ups have been pretty light this year in terms of releases. So DOJ, very much looking forward to that. Absolutely. It'd be cool if that company, Bitwave, has been doing decent Toblan ports. Yeah, it would be cool if Bitwave did a Batsuken port. Especially because I think they've been ironing out their... Lolita and Toho, no. no. They're not... Yeah. Yeah, it would be cool if Bitwave did that. Because they did a good job after the patching and stuff. And I was like, it's a little janky when the Outzone port came out, but it still played really well. It was just a little funky with the sound and everything and the UI, but I heard they've also been patching that up. Wolfrog. Thanks so much, Wolfrog. Oh, yeah, I could review Lolita on my podcast. That's a good point, on the After Dark podcast. Wolfrog, thanks so much for the donation. Wolfrog says, recently watched and loved your Nostalgia Economy video. Were you inspired by Marshall he sounds Irish. McLuhan. Sorry, you guys get to see how illiterate I am. Marshall McLuhan when making it. No. So I don't typically get inspiration from other YouTubers. I'm assuming he's a YouTuber. Other YouTubers or things like that. I'm trying to remember in my mind where the inspiration for that video came from. But a lot of my inspiration for my videos comes from my personal rantings that in my daily life I would do to no one. I would just be ranting about things and complaining about things and bitching about things. So I'm trying to think. I'm trying to really some videos I can actually pinpoint the exact spark of inspiration. That one's a little trickier. I can't quite remember where exactly my inspiration came from. It probably came though from some sort of annoyance with a remake or some kind, or annoyance with nostalgia properties, or me trying to criticize nostalgia properties and just meeting that wave of nostalgia that is hard to get through as a critic, probably. A lot of the inspiration for my videos comes from battling people in comment sections and battling responses to some of the things I say, where I have to kind of elaborate on it, and then I'm like, oh, that's a good video idea. That's a good video idea. I get a lot of inspiration for my video ideas from the comment section, funnily enough. Way too many shmups would fit the Lolita review. That is a good point, Manong. Yeah, like maybe these developers should be reading this differently. Yeah. Maybe they should actually be seeing what because the novel is terrible. Everyone suffers at the end. The ending is brutal. The ending is not. Yeah, I think people forget the ending of that book. What happens at the end? It's not a happy ending, that's for sure. Midnight Underground says, cool name. That's cool. That's like a cool like Electric Underground, Midnight Underground. I like that. Rumor has it City Connection will merge with Arcade Archives Hamster. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know if that's true or not, but that does make a lot of sense. You know, they're doing the same thing. Hamster and Arcade Archives are doing it better, and so I could see that merge happening. Yeah, the Wii U does get memed on. Kind of rightly so, in a lot of ways. I feel like the Wii U kind of deserves to be memed on because it's just some of the worst branding ever. No one knew it was people talk about it all the time, but it's just such terrible branding. It's kind of a cool idea, though. I have my Wii U, but if I'm going to be honest, I hardly ever play it. It's like my Star Fox Zero machine, basically, because I really like Star Fox Zero. So if I ever turn on my Wii U, it's to play Star Fox Zero. That's all it does now. It's basically an arcade cabinet for Star Fox Zero at this point. The best D-pad I own is a Hori PS1 pad. Well, that's a good point. On the D-pad discussion, I'd say my favorite's the Saturn. Walking into the deepest conversation, yeah. You're walking in midstream being like, what the hell are they talking about? It's always funny. My favorite, it's a little bit standard of an answer, but to this day, it's just hard to beat the OG Saturn pad. It's just hard to beat that pad, man. It's just a really good pad. I wonder if A. Skeleton will do another Halloween shmup video for 2023. That would be cool. He might. Is he running out of Halloween shmups? He could do Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. It's not a shmup, but it's kind of close. Lolita likes Pro Gear more. Lolita's super Chad. It likes fucking Ketsui. Ketsui only. Yeah, exactly. Unreliable narrators, and the fact that he's lying throughout the book. Like once you realize that he's lying through the entire book, like there's the part where he plays his lies for comedy. That's what's so good about it. Like he's lying, but he makes it funny, so you believe him. But it's total bullshit. Like it's obvious that he murders the mother, but he makes it into like this farcical, weird way that she dies, and so you're like, oh, she died in a freak accident. She didn't die in a freak accident. He's lying. That's what makes it fun. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. My friend with the Japanese name is 100% right. That's why I wouldn't review Lolita on the channel. It's because Lolita is like one of those things where its misunderstood reputation can never be unreversed. You can't pull it back. You can't. People who understand the book and actually read it get what it's about, but because of this whole cultural thing, it's like impossible. So that's exactly right. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't do it. Really? So Mimi573 is talking about Arcade Challenge M2 showed of DJ doesn't have Black Label? Wow, that's a little crazy. That's making me a little nervous. I wonder what they're going to do. Because M2 have been cutting a few corners as of late, let's be honest. They've been kind of... If you look at like Garega Revision 2016 and Ketsui Detani, they've got arrange modes, they've got like all these modes. Esperade, it's got Arcade Plus mode, but that's not an arrange. And they've just been kind of like going lighter and lighter on the content. But I'm assuming because it's DOJ, they're gonna bring the whole enchilada. We're gonna get the whole enchilada. That's what I'm hoping for. So I really hope we get all the modes and we get an arranged mode and all that. I'm really hoping. Otherwise, it's gonna feel like a huge missed opportunity. Have I ever been to Galloping Ghost? Midnight Underground asks. No, I haven't. But I'm going there next summer or next spring, summer area. What I want is a more classic Monster Hunter game. Mark on the lead, man. Everyone else is a casual player. Oh yeah, I know that book super well. I've read it hundreds of times. Not hundreds, that's an exaggeration. Dozens of times. It's one of my favorite books. Marshall McLuhan is a media theorist. Diphtherio points out. That's cool. He's a media theorist. Yeah, I don't really follow a lot of stuff like that. Like, I think Boghog would more than me. I'm more, a lot of the shit I talk about is just in my head. It's stuff I sit and think about, and then I try to find ways to explain it. So, but I can see it overlapping with other people's ideas for sure. What does my old... Oh, sorry, I missed the ping. RB Gordon asks, what does the Back of the Electric Underground Amazon shirt say? What does that say? Because they made me change it a bunch. So I forgot what the final version is. Because it might still say shmups on it. Like at one point it said like Ketsui and Dodonpachi and like different shmups that I liked on it. But I don't know if it still says that or if they made me change it. They made me change it at one point. I know that. Freaking Amazon. What does it say? I think I can still look. Let's look. Hold on. I'm still linking that shirt in my channel description, I think. Hold on, sorry chat. We're navigating the internet. Let's pop in an older video just to make sure. Oh my gosh, okay, my computer's going crazy. Something must be pressing a button or something. I think it says like different shmups and stuff. I think. Yeah, there must be something hitting the keyboard because like pages are refreshing. A lot of stuff is happening. Or maybe I've got something on my other keyboard. No. Okay, let's look. Or maybe my computer's just going crazy. Okay, here's the Amazon shirt. Let's look. I need to update the design. It's kind of a cool graphic though. Oh, it's got Japanese writing. It won't zoom? Amazon Zoom, you motherfucker. Okay, so the Japanese writing is Electric Underground or Underground. And I'm pretty sure those little words underneath, I have it in my closet, but I don't have it on me. I'm pretty sure the words underneath are shmups. I'm pretty sure. But if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. Minung saying Marshall McLuhan is a gamer. If he subtitled his chapter, Games, Understanding Media, Extensions of Man.
Louis Decimet's video would be amazing. Comment section, oh god. Imagine the comment section of that video. Dear god. Arcade Archive's save states are so terrible. Agree 100% MJRG. Grid lines? Completely. Because why would they just have this stupid suspend thing when you know it's emulating it and they could just have like proper save states? Like, why? Wii U is worth owning for Xenoblade Chronicles X. Oh, really? I didn't know that was a Wii U exclusive. I assumed that got ported. I guess it didn't. It's still only on Wii U. I've never played it, but I remember hearing good things about it. I assumed that was ported, but I guess not. Oh, it's really funny and really dark, and it's lengthy, but it's really good. I actually did review. Okay, hold on. I gotta catch up with my comments. Sin and Punishment 2 is probably my top 3. Sin and Punishment 2 is probably in my top 3 games in this channel introduced me to. Hell yeah, Super Power Man. Yeah, Sin and Punishment 2 is awesome. That's such a cool game. I need to do a dedicated video on it. Pikanya. When's the Instant Brain DDP review? That exists, Pikanya. It actually does exist. So it's an older video on the channel and it's less polished as my newer videos, but there's a video on my channel that compares the Dodonpachi ports, and one of them is the Instant Brain. And boy, that was a bitch to unlock. I unlocked it with like some kind of modding or cheating, of course. I didn't actually play the game to unlock it, but even modding to get the fucking thing unlocked was a pain in the ass. Or whatever you had to do. Cheating to get it unlocked. Yeah, and it sucks. DDP Instant Brain is straight garbage because it runs 60 FPS with like no slowdown. So it's just like hauling ass the entire time. Oh man. My favorite part of Sin and Punishment is the telekinetic girl that rips off a piece of aircraft. Yeah, that is cool. Sin and Punishment is such a freaking cool game. In like all the ways. It's like great gameplay, great vibe, great characters, and like it's wild. Yeah, I love that game. Ketsui is still my favorite. I wouldn't mind Arranges even as DLC. There is the Arrange of oh, he's talking about DOJ. Sorry, I'm behind. Yes, we need the Arrange. Yeah, unfortunately the pics on Amazon are blurry as shit. Amazon are such bastards, dude. That's why I started doing my like a direct to consumer merch, because they're motherfuckers. Because they make the shirt expensive. I try to get it as cheap as possible, but they make it expensive, and then they give me nothing. So yeah, that's why I don't promote the Amazon shirt too much. I mean, it's cool. It's a cool shirt, but you know, you can get a better deal with my direct merch shirts that I do. You know, they're literally cheaper and same or better quality, and I get more of a cut. But I leave the Amazon option up there in case people are interested in it, because it is pretty cool. But I'm pretty sure that the text on the back is like Ketsui Dodonpachi. It's like shmups that I like that are on the back. I'm just catching up with chat. Mark just reminded me of Devil's Third. Bushin Ryu, I need to play that motherfucker, because apparently it is a lot like Wanted Dead. People keep saying that. And I love Wanted Dead, so I'm probably going to really like it, so I better play it. GPM, wow, you're still here. Yeah. I shouldn't be streaming this long. How long have I been streaming? 3.5 hours? Dear God, I'm like a proper Twitch streamer. We're gonna go another 15. We're going 15. 15 more, kids. Yeah.
But I don't do these all the time. That's why it's kind of a bigger stream, because I don't stream every freaking day. I stream like this once every few months. I might do these like every other week or something though, because you all seem to like it. The whole point, yeah, 15 hours. So my whole mentality with streaming with this type of thing is like, the people, you know, the audience, you are very much in control of what goes on. If you guys like it, I'll do it. If you guys don't like it, I won't do it. It's that simple. So you guys are liking it, so we're doing it right now. SMP for Smash 6. That would be pretty cool. I'm not a Smash fan, but it would be cool to see Sin and Punishment getting more like representation. What's this song? It's driving me crazy. I've heard it somewhere. Oh yeah. Okay, so Picanha. I'll give you a hint. Let's play a game. Don't anyone tell him. Picanha, I'm gonna give you a hint. It's from a PS1 game that is kind of a hidden gem. It isn't a shmup. It's not a game I would typically play on the channel. Is that enough hints, Picanha? Do you know what it is? What happened to the Itagaki NFT game? I think you got it, Picanha. Good job. Yeah, 10 points. You got it. Yes. Parasite Eve, you got it. Yes, you're right. It's Parasite Eve. Apparently, Parasite Eve 2... Will you be doing any Halloween game runs? Yes. Because we all know Resident Evil 5 is a Halloween game, right? I mean, we all agree that's like totally a Halloween game, isn't it? Yeah, apparently Parasite Eve 2 is like more action-y or whatever. R-Type Marathon? Oh god. Talking PS1, did you ever play Philosoma? Ibarra is a Halloween game too. I could see that. Did I ever play Philosoma? I did not. Is that I don't even know what that game is. Never heard of it. Let's take a little looky-loo. So chat, let's all take a look at Philosoma. Oh shit, it's like a shooter. Okay, so it's a shmup. Who made it? G Artists? Never heard of them. I'll have to try it out. I've never heard of this sucker. That's cool. See Aquinas review over Sin and Punishment 2 gameplay. Oh, Sin and Punishment, that's good. Yeah. You know, one of the big Tom Fanose, one of the big fans of this channel is a Catholic priest, and he was the guy who lent me the PCB, the Futari PCB for Shmup Slam 6, the in-person, is a Catholic priest, so he would appreciate that. he would enjoy me doing Sign Aquinas and Sin and Punishment. Though I do get a little bit, I'm like, I wonder how blasphemous I am on this channel. Probably like if he's like among his priest friends and the Electric Underground's on, he probably has to like close his laptop and be like, yeah, you know, just watching these sinners for their souls. That would be pretty funny though. Thanks, Tom Fonus. Tom Fo. I can't read anymore. It's too late. It's 3 a.m. I can't read anymore. Tom Fonzie. B-Storm was a horror game if you think about it. Thanks so much, Mewjam, for the $10. You guys are super generous tonight. Super generous. I really appreciate that. That is funny. Yeah, if you think about it, B-Storm is a horror game. Especially if you're Cave. Stepanarchus. Stepanarchus? God, I can't read anymore. Steparnicus. There we go. We can read now. Steparnicus says, "Hey Mark, thanks for your video on Hyperdemon. Finally took the plunge and wasn't disappointed." Absolutely. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hyperdemon is so sick. I definitely recommend, yeah, like I said in the video, doing the tutorial, because that's one of those games where the tutorial is actually sort of needed so you know what's happening. It is a really cool game. I'm going to play more Hyperdemon, but first I need to play more Devil Daggers, because I'm getting pretty far in Devil Daggers, and I want to get to basically that score in Devil Daggers that's kind of legit, and then I'm going to do this video on Devil Daggers, and then I'm going to go back to Hyperdemon, but yeah. This channel is blessed. Thank you very much. Yes, he keeps the, like I said earlier in the stream, people asking me if I like horror movies and stuff like that. I said I don't like horror movies with demons or whatever because they terrify me, and I start putting up little crucifixes everywhere to fight off the demons. I came home one day, was like telling my wife, we need to get crucifixes, because I watched this thing with like an exorcist, you know. And I was like, we can't be inviting demons into our life. You know how many shit I do that probably invites demons into our life. We gotta get the fucking crucifixes out. That's funny. This channel's blessed. What's your favorite games of all time? Space Cat asks. Donpachi's up there. Gotta get the DDP in there. Ninja Gaiden 2. The Xbox 360 game, not the Nintendo game. Ninja Gaiden 2. Donpachi. I feel like I gotta put a beat 'em up in there, right? And I gotta pick my favorite beat 'em up. Might be Fight and Rage, as far as my favorite beat 'em up. But I fucking love Sailor Moon. So it's a... Fight and Rage and Sailor Moon are battling it out as far as my favorite beat 'em up. Favorite fighting game, Virtua Fighter 5. Virtua Fighter 5 would be up in my tops. I'm just kind of like picking out my favorite subgenres that I like. Resident Evil 4 is definitely up there. Appropriately for this channel, Resident Evil 4. Metal Slug. Well, I don't know which Metal Slug I like the best, but like the Metal Slug series. Just as a series. I fucking love Metal Slug. Super Metroid is my favorite Nintendo game. Like Nintendo's. And my favorite Metroidvania and all that. Huge fan of Super Metroid. Played that for years. Smash Melee, I have a... So, I have to remember that my issues with Smash Melee are more issues with rule sets and how the community makes rule sets for the game now versus the actual game. So Melee's definitely up there as well. And I love Batman Returns too, just as one of those kind of like lesser known ones that I really like. They do, absolutely. They have, DDP campaign version is hidden in that vault of the Vatican where they have all this, you know, they have like the fucking, what's like, Ark of the Covenant in there. And they've got aliens in there. And by damn, DDP campaign is in there, man. I know it. I should have a Catholic priest on for the podcast. That would rock. That's such a fun idea. It would be the guy. But I'm terrified because I've got a mouth on me and I'd feel a little scared talking to a priest the way I talk to people on my channel, you know. That would be kind of fun though. Oh, I should do a video. Oh, bye, boss. See ya. Marshall, are you here? Marshall is not in the building. Yeah, I should do a video on roguelikes. That one is like that one goes in the hot take. You know, I have like a bin of video ideas, and like one on Cuphead. That's a hot take video. Like basically videos that'll piss off the internet. Me talking about Cuphead. Me talking about roguelikes. Yeah, that'd definitely be up there. But that's a great idea, because that's such an important topic, especially with like how they just are like overtaking the arcade genres, right? Absolutely. It would be good to discuss some of the issues with that style of design, rather than always thinking like, oh, it's the new thing, the best thing. Square are pretty cool. The PS1 era Square are really cool. They're like making Einhander, they're making Parasite Eve. I really respect that era of Square a lot. Oh yeah, Paul's saying that he likes Hyper Demon more than Devil Daggers. I think the great thing about Hyper Demon and Devil Daggers is they have a real, obviously, connection and family tree in terms of their design, but they also are very different games, like very different games. So when you talk to people about Hyper Demon and Devil Daggers, you do sort of fall on a side of like which one you prefer. I'm still kind of figuring it out, because I've played a lot more Devil Daggers than Hyper Demon, and so I'm not quite sure yet. But when I notice when you talk to like fans of the games, there's like a real, because they're both doing very different things. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it hard to go back from Hyper Demon if you get really into it. Cuphead review. Oh, it's coming. It's happening. Uh, Kazembek asks, do you like any platformers? Where is Marshall? Marshall is on the loose. Do I like any platformers? Yes. I like the original Ninja Gaiden. I like the Castlevania, like Rondo of Blood. I think that counts as a platformer, doesn't it? I like Cyber Shadow. That one's a more recent one. Cyber Shadow, it's like Ninja Gaiden, but with like a little bit more going on there. Review the Cuphead tutorial. Yeah, I should do the Cuphead review where I'm like that game journalist that can barely get through it. Yeah, I do like platformers. I like Mega Man X. Yeah, there's a lot of platformers I like. I also like old school Mario, like Mario 3. I have a stream of me doing a no death Mario 3 clear, and I did all the levels. So I didn't just like flute through it. I did all the levels. Yeah, I like old school Mario and all that stuff. Yeah, I think platformers are cool. It's just kind of a bummer that, you know, platformers have kind of become, again, like I talked about in the Death of Arcade design video, like platformers used to have a lot more sort of connection to arcade style design, and as time has gone on, that's sort of severed, where they're more just kind of casualized, or whatever you'd call it, easier. Ben asks, are there any good shmups in 2023? Because so far it doesn't seem so well. Yeah, I was saying that earlier, Ben. Like, not a lot has come out this year, really. I'm gonna review this shmup pretty soon called Ghana Blade. I think that... Did Ghana Blade come out this year? I don't even know if it's good yet. I haven't reviewed it. But I'm gonna review it. When did it come out? August 2023. Okay, so that's one that might be good. I haven't played it yet. So I can't say it is or isn't yet. It's still to be reviewed. But there's that one. And then like there's the M2 ports of you know, Ray Storm and all that. Ray Force, Ray Storm, Ray Crisis. Those are cool, but you know, ports are cool and all, but it's still really good to get like a new shmup, like a new meaty shmup every year, right? And we kind of haven't really had one that I can think of. Maybe Gonna Blame would be pretty good though. Dust Force. Isn't Dust Force made by Devil Daggers guy? I'm pretty sure. A new 2D Mario just came out. Yeah, I haven't played the new Mario game yet, but apparently it's a masterpiece. And the sad thing is because that term is so overused now, it means nothing. So I actually don't know. But I saw all these reviews where it's a masterpiece. That it could be good. Or it could, you know, everything's a masterpiece now. Flowers of the Killing of the Flower Moon is a masterpiece. It isn't, but it's a masterpiece apparently. You know, it's just yeah, that term is so abused now that it basically means nothing. Oh, I just got a donation. I better enter my donation. Thanks so much for the donation, RX0. That's awesome. Thank you much for the $5, and here's your question. What about Mega Man X4 with Zero? It's pretty fun when you use unintentional cancels. Oh yeah, playing to Zero is really cool. Yeah. It's been a while, but I remember playing Mega Man X4 and getting Zero, and I was like, now we're talking. I remember being so hyped about that. Oh, I fucking loved Zero when I was a kid. That was like the one thing about Mega Man X as a kid. Mega Man X is still my favorite of all of them. But that is like the one thing is like, God, I wish you could play Zero in that game. And I think there's like I remember playing like a really old ROM hack where you didn't actually play as Zero, but you had like Zero's kind of armor and stuff. So you at least looked like them. That was cool. Yeah, Zero is like crazy OP in Mega Man X4, isn't he? That's awesome. Mortal Kombat video? I've been really thinking about making this is R Hops. I'm a little higher up in the chat, a little older comments. Mortal Kombat video. I've been really thinking about making a video about Mortal Kombat 3 Ultimate. Because I want to call it like the American Mugen, basically. The American Mugen. That game is freaking awesome. It's insane, but it's awesome. How has Dodonpachi campaign never been dumped? Paul, I think it's like because there's so few of them, and it's like a Mexican standoff situation, Paul, where like everyone knows who has a PCB of that game. I think it's like there's only a few PCBs, and everyone knows who has them. So it's like, okay, and you know Japan is so strict about that. It's not like the United States where now no one would care, right? If you dump some old arcade game now, no one would care. No one would care. But in Japan, they are so serious about copyright. I think the most likely way we will ever see Dodonpachi campaign is if M2 do an official port of it, do an official port of Dodonpachi. I think then they could get the campaign version as like a bonus extra, because they did that with Ketsui. It's just no one really cared. But there was like a really rare Ketsui board that is in the Ketsui Destiny version. It's like IKD or whatever. So I think if we want to see Dodonpachi campaign, the most likely version, the most likely scenario we will ever see it, in my opinion, is if M2 do a Dodonpachi port, and then they can officially release it. That would be... Because I don't think we're going to see that sucker dumped. I think it is too rare, and I think the people who have it are not going to do that. So, yeah, I don't think it'll ever be dumped. I think it might be dumb if people like hack the PS4 version or whatever if we ever see a M2 port. Okay. Cuphead is still in my backlog. Is it really that hard? I don't think so. I don't think Cuphead's that hard. It's just it's like a Euro shmup. That's one thing. It's super Euro, so it's hard in that way. The new Mario is brain dead easy. Oh, hi, Il Belva. Is that 2 or IL? Belva. I'll call you Belva. Hey, thanks so much, Hi. New here. Thanks for the... Yeah, welcome to the discussion. The new Mario is brain dead easy. I would be curious to actually try it. Maybe I have a Switch. Maybe I'll get it and try it and just see how easy it is. Oh, I'm a little bit behind on the chat. Let me get caught back up. Can you review your top 5 novels, skipping the ones that will get you canceled forever? I have a very refined and beautiful taste, Tom Fonzie. No one's canceling me. You can't cancel excellent taste. Okay, number 1 favorite novel. Lolita's probably up there for number 1. Okay, so probably my number 1 is The Sun Also Rises by Ernest Hemingway. And then Lolita, number 2. Number 3, I'm trying to be as accurate as possible. Rather than what I think sounds the coolest, I gotta be what is accurate. And this next third one, the third one, chat's gonna make fun of me, but I will defend this novel to the death, which is Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen, because of how great it is, first of all. It's a great novel. But also, it is probably one of the most important, influential novels of all time, because it invented a very important technique in writing called, I believe it's called like indirect address or something. Anyway, not to lecture about that, but so Pride and Prejudice. So we got Sun Also Rises, Lolita, Pride and Prejudice. I would put number 4, Tender's the Night. Number 4 is Tender's the Night. That one is really, really good. That was Fitzgerald's final novel before he drunk himself to death. And Tender's the Night, not a lot of people know about that one. It's all about him crumbling into alcoholism. That's the entire book. him taking care of his insane wife and her like getting better and him just sinking into alcoholism. So that's a really good one. And then really dark and moody and depressing also. And then 5th one, Razor's Edge by Somerset Maugham. That one is really good. The thing about The Razor's Edge is that most people really like that book because it's all about like it has like some Hinduism and all that kind of stuff in it. I don't really care for those sections of that book so much. My favorite parts of that book though are the parts where they're in Paris and they're in Paris in like the 40s and all that sort of stuff and all these crazy. It's a great book, but yeah, but I probably like it for different reasons than most people. So I told you guys, I got my English major. Yeah, so those are my top 5 books, but you could easily expand it. And if I wanted to make everyone like me, I'd put Blood Meridian in there. I've been reading that recently. That one's really good. But I can't say it's necessarily my favorite because I just started reading it this year. You don't care for Hindu stuff? It's not that. I think Hinduism is really cool and everything. Nothing against it. It's just like those parts of the book were written in the 40s. So in the 40s, no one knew what that was. So it was like, whoa, this is mind-blowing stuff in the 40s. But you read it now, it's like, yeah, we get it. We all know what yoga is. We get it. But the other parts of the book, I think, are more interesting because they're more unique. As far as like, the living in Paris during that era and all that crazy stuff. So there you go. My top 5 novels. No Moby Dick? Nope. Moby Dick's cool, but no. I heavily favor writing from like the 1900s and 1800s, except Jane Austen was in there, so she's kind of in that era. But I heavily favor like that type of writing more than like older, like any foreign book. Is Murakami count? Can I count Murakami? I like Murakami a lot. I like Wind-Up Bird Chronicles a lot. That one's great. That's a great book. So let's go with Murakami for my foreign book. Oh, of course. And then, of course, you got to go with Anna Karenina. I like Anna Karenina and Crime and Punishment, the Russian books. Russian novels are among my favorites. The Russians. Tolstoy, War and Peace, Anna Karenina, all that good stuff. Thoughts on Gauntlet? So let me see. Let me see if I missed any. English major confirmed. I told you. Now this is the Catholic channel. The priest is like, Count of Monte Cristo? Cristo? Not Crisco. Sorry, I always say that. Count of Monte Cristo. That one's good, but like I said, I don't really read that era of stuff other than like Shakespeare. But I don't read that era of stuff too much. Even though I kind of want to. So I'll have to try to get into that. Like Cristo and what's the other one? Les Miserables. All those. I gotta get into those a little more. Reading War and Peace now is good, but a little much. Yeah. Huron, I have this volume of War and Peace. This started hours ago, JS. This started 3.5 hours ago. Huron, I have this. Whatever you call it. Abridged version of War and Peace. And it's like a. Do you remember those books you would go and you'd buy at like thrift shops where they're printed on like the yellowest paper ever and they just look like shit? I have a copy of War and Peace that's actually really good, but because it's like this abridged version, but it's printed on garbage basically. It's printed on like the worst paper ever. But yeah, if War and Peace is a little much, there's like some abridged versions of it that are pretty good. What's my favorite philosophy books? I'm not a really big philosophy guy, Roby. I took philosophy classes, and I got a bit frustrated in philosophy because I remember sitting. I had one of my philosophy. Some of them were. I'm actually friends with one of my philosophy teachers. You know, this is years later. We're still friends. So I made friends with one of my philosophy teachers, and philosophy of art was my favorite class. So we just sat there and we're like, philosophy of art, and oh yeah, we're getting all into that stuff. But then I had this other, like, I can't remember what philosophy class it was. And I wrote this entire paper, and I handed it in to my philosophy professor. And I get it back, and I'm Mr. Achiever. I got good grades in school. I get it back. It's like a D. And I never get D's. And I was like, what kind of bullshit is this? So I go to the professor's office, and I hand him the paper. And I'm like, why is this a D? And he looks at it, he's like, I don't know. It looks all right to me. He's like, well, you graded it. He was such a weird dude. He was so weird. And he went to France. He's this total Idaho hick. You know, he's from Idaho like me. He's this total Idaho hick. But he went to France and he studied at the Sorbonne. So every time in class, he'd be like, at the Sorbonne, at the Sorbonne. He'd go into this French accent, at the Sorbonne. And then, so he gave me a D. Basically, he didn't want to tell me why. And then he had this girl come up and read her paper in front of the class. And her paper said the exact same shit my paper said. We said the exact same thing. She got an A. And I was like, this is some bullshit. So, that was my experience with upper division philosophy class. Is that none of it made fucking sense. and the guy studied at the Sorbonne. So I dropped it, and no, he didn't change my grade. I dropped the class. That motherfucker was not changing my grade. No, they don't change their grade at the Sorbonne. So the one philosophy book that I was really into was the Sartre. No, not Sartre. No, that's what my friend specializes in. So he talks about Sartre all the time. No, it was Camus, the Stranger. I don't know if that even counts, but I'm gonna go with it. It's my favorite philosophy book, The Stranger by Camus, or Kamau, however the hell you pronounce it. Camus, I think is how you say it. Camus, I think. The Stranger. And I don't think that's technically a philosophy book, it's a novel, but it's close enough. I can't do it. I can't get through a philosophy book, man. I can't do it. It's like so antithetical to my style of communication. It's more of the communication style than what people say. Because you guys know the channel, my communication style is like very direct and very like, ah. And you read philosophy books and it's just a bunch of hey, 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 all the way through. I couldn't do it. Me in philosophy class, I was grinding my teeth the entire time. I was like, let's just decide, let's just go with it. David also studied at the Sorbonne. Oh my god. That's pretty impressive though, David, if you really were at the Sorbonne. Yeah. Well, like Boghog, for example. Bog's really into philosophy, so if you want some real philosophy talk on this channel, I can phone up Bog. Call a hotline and get Bog on the phone. I was much more comfortable talking about novels and art and literature and that than philosophy. And that's kind of what I'm more interested in. If this channel doesn't kind of show that, it's like artistic expression. That's what I'm all about here, not like philosophy. Get bugged out to your priest friend. Yeah, the battle. Favorite theology literature? Oh god. Literally. I'm a bit of a heathen, so I don't even know. What would be like theological literature that I've read? The Bible? Yeah, Bible's sick. Go with the Bible. Can't go wrong there. If you say anything other than Bible, you're wrong. Am I right? Yeah, I'm just reading the chat. Wait a minute. Here's a cheating answer. Okay, I have an answer for you. And the theologians are not going to enjoy this, but my favorite like religious-y type of book that I've read, kind of like that, is Dune. I'm going to go with Dune here because I feel like Dune, like, obviously it's not like a theological book or anything, or a religious book or anything, but it's got some like cool shit in there that, like the part in Dune where Paul has to. Dune's up there in my favorite books. I gotta put Dune in there. I forgot to put Dune in there. That's my favorite sci-fi book. Is Dune. Is the part where Paul has to put his hand in the box, and the Mother Superior. That does not count. Dune doesn't count, man. I'm campaigning for Dune to count. Because there's a part, I'm telling you why. Because the part in Dune where he has to put his hand in the box, and, you know, the Mother Superior, whatever her name, and she's like, you know, there's two types. Are you an animal, or are you a human? And like, the human will resist the pain and learn to, you know, like adapt, and will learn to power through the pain, whereas the animal will struggle. And if you're an animal, I'm gonna jab you in the neck. That part goes so hard. That is such a good part. That's like my favorite part of Dune, is when he puts his hand in the box. That's got some theological shit going on there. Yeah, I love that. Full extent of the jam. Yeah, that's some real theology right there. Would Jesus put his hand in the box? Yeah, right? Like, if you put his hand in the box, nothing. It's not doing nothing. Yeah. Yeah, that part where he puts his hand in the box and he's gonna get... And I also like the part about Dune where, like, the Bene Gesserit... Because, like, aren't the Bene Gesserit, like, super-powered Catholic Jesuits, right? They're like, if the Jesuits got super hardcore, then they became the Bene Gesserits, and they can fucking manipulate you and read minds and all that stuff. God, that's so cool. Like, I love that kind of stuff. So, I don't know if that's necessarily theological, but I love the theology of the Bene Gesserit. They're cool. Jesus put his hand in the box for your sins. Exactly. Right, and like Paul is like a Christ figure, right? It's cool. And his name's Paul, right? Get it? Paul. That's like Catholic, right? Because Paul was the first apostle or something, right? So it's got a lot of shit going on there. I recently learned what a Dominican is. It's like Dominican. Oh, okay. Here's my favorite theology thing. Tom Fonzie. There's this YouTube channel, I'm sure you are aware of him, named Ryan Reeves. And what this guy does on his, it's like one of my favorite YouTube channels. And what he does is he like goes through like the history of like religions and stuff like that. That's a sick channel. And so he was talking on one of his videos, and like, I think it was his channel. It said like Dominican means the hounds of hell, or no, not the hounds of hell, like the hounds of God or something. The dogs of God. That's like a sick band name. So there you go. You guys are pushing me to my limits as far as knowledge here. But I can recommend that channel. That's a good one. And I can recommend Dune. That's a good-ass movie. Or a good-ass book. The movie is pretty good. Hounds of Hell is cooler. It is, I know. I wanted it to be the Hounds of Hell. It's such a cool name. Classical composers? Oh, boy. Oh, you got to, Tom Fonzie. There, I helped you. You got to check out that channel. Ryan Reeves. And he has this real great voice, too. I don't like Dune. There's sand everywhere. It's so coarse and it gets everywhere. Also, Anthony's gonna agree. God, there is a lot of sand in Dune. You know, I just made that connection. It's funny is that as much of a joke as that is, Bush and Riot Cat, I just made that connection. Is Anakin based off of Paul? Internet, did I just discover something? Did I just like figured something out? Has anyone made that comparison? I'm sure they have, right? Is Anakin based off of Paul? If I come up with this, I'm a fucking genius. Is Anakin... I can't spell this guy's name. Skywalker based on Paul. What the hell's Paul's name? I should remember that. It's kind of important. Whatever. Is he based on Paul? Atreides, of course. Oh yeah, everyone's fucking noticed that. I'm not a genius. Of course people notice that, but Atreides, yeah, of course, it's the House of Atreides. That's, yeah, I just realized that, right? They totally stole, or they totally came up with Anakin Skywalker basing him off of Paul from Dune. If you think about it. Also, someone asked if I speak Japanese. Not even slightly. I am as illiterate as a baby when it comes to Japanese. Like, there's this awesome guy commenting with some Japanese characters for his name. He's awesome, but I have no idea what his name is. I cannot read a word of Japanese. I can barely read Dodonpachi. Atreides. Let me catch up with what the chat was saying. Chopin? Chopin. I can't read anymore. I'm sorry. Chopin? Right? Chopin? Yeah, that's great. My favorite... It's not a classic composer, but a composer I really like, and an album I really like, is called... I think it's Charles Mingus is the musician. He's a jazz musician. And the album's called like The Black Man and the Sinner Woman or something like that. What the heck is it called? Charles Mingus The Black Saint and the Sinner Lady. The Black Saint and the Sinner Lady by Charles Mingus. That is really good. It's a jazz album, so it's not classic, but I don't listen to classical music. So you'll get jazz out of me, but Guns N' Roses, yeah. It's just this little band, Sweet Child of Mine, what's that called? Yeah, so I'm not a classical guy myself, but I do like jazz, so yeah. There's a jazz recommendation for you. Yeah, I like jazz. I do. Yeah, you never know. I can surprise you. Yeah, I do like jazz. I'm not like an expert, because you know, when you say you like jazz, there's like levels, tiers of jazz knowledge. I'm like tier 2. I'm not top tier. I'm not like, oh, you know, there's this one band in a alley or whatever, you know. But there's a lot of jazz that I know and like. That sounds Japanese. I don't know about Japanese jazz. I only know about American jazz. I only know American jazz. So like Charles Mingus, Miles Davis, those types. My favorite are Charles Mingus, Miles Davis. But I like Bitches Brew, and I like that kind of like crazy later era of Miles Davis. That would explain why I like Fight and Rage soundtrack. Exactly, yeah. Oh, really? Uhara just sounds Japanese, right? Yeah, is she just an American with a Japanese name? Hiromi Uhara. Yeah, she could be an American Japanese person. Oh, Boghog's been reading Chainsaw Man, and he's been sending me screenshots of it. It seems pretty funny. Charles Mingus album review when? I would love to like randomly review esoteric shit like that, but it would be like impossible on the channel. It'd be impossible. I've been thinking about doing like a secondary channel called Electric Basement, where it's just me just talking about random bullshit like that. It wouldn't be as well done as the main channel in terms of like production. Yeah, but the thing about the Patreon, yeah, the thing about doing it for Patreon is like, if I do it for Patreon, I feel like it needs to be like really good and really like premiere, right? So I don't think I can do it for Patreon. But yeah, I've been thinking about a long time, a second channel called like The Electric Basement. And it's just me rambling about, it's just me talking about like random shit like that, like Charles Mingus or Lolita or whatever. Stuff that you just can't get. Yeah, Bog's down there. Yeah. Maybe I'll talk to Bog on that channel. Yeah, that's where Bog lives, the Electric Basement. Taxes. We could talk about tax code. Talk about some serious tax code on the channel. Alrighty, my friends. Well, we've been going hard. Okay, so this is a real 10-minute warning. A real 10-minute warning. Just 10 minutes, my friends. Just go crazy with it. If you got your questions, if you got topics, you got 10 minutes. Speed blitz round. And I'll try to really just... Is Signy the future of shmups? If Signy comes out, I will be shocked. Let me say that. If this game actually releases, I will be shocked. Oh my gosh. The game's crazy. Will you upload the stream? Yes, but it'll be unlisted. Because, yeah, it's on the live playlist. All my live streams go up unlisted, but yeah, it'll be there. Favorite kind of lettuce? Crispy. Got it. Nailed it. Dragon's Crown, yay or nay? Ooh, tough question in the blitz round. You know what? I know Iconoclast loves that frickin' game. I know a lot of guys like that game a lot, and I love the tatas and everything, but as far as the gameplay goes, I can't get into it. I just can't. I'm sorry, I cannot get into that game. It's just a little too RPG for me. It's too RPG. Would you ever play Azure Lane? I might. I don't know what that game is. Let's look. Azure Lane. Side-scrolling? Okay. What kind of game is it? It just says it's oh, shmup. It's a side-scrolling shmup. Oh shit, I've never even heard of this. Is it... Oh, it's mobile only. Ooh. That makes it a little tough. Because I usually don't talk about mobile shmups that much. I'm not against it or anything, but mobile shmups are a tough one for me. I have to be like in a mood to maybe talk about mobile shmups or something. Review Kogura. Okay, let's see what Kogura is. It's a shmup. Released by G-Rev in 2012. For the 3DS. I've never heard of this. That's cool. A G-Rev shmup on the 3DS? I have a 3DS. That's cool. I'd probably emulate it though. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. It's definitely a possibility. G-Rev, that's cool. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed the stream, my dude. I see the Sega Saturn hashtag now show with Saturn. Funny story, Enma. I don't have my Sega Saturn anymore because I gave it away. I gave it to Dr. Tan at Shmup Slam because that man drove all the way from Canada and came all the way to Shmup Slam from Canada. Is driving over bridges and all kinds of crazy stuff. And we're talking, and he's like, "Yeah, I know. I want to get a Sega Saturn at some point." I was like, "Have mine, take mine, man." So he has my Sega Saturn. So it's in Canada. My Sega Saturn is currently in Canada right now. So it needs a visa. It needs a whole passport situation to get over here. I mean, I gave it to him, honestly. It's not mine anymore. But it's still mine in my heart. Excluding DDP, what game would you hope M2 to port? That's a great question. I mean, Batrider's kind of obvious, right? But that game does need a freaking port. So it's a little boring of an answer because it's such an obvious one, but probably Batrider or Ibarra. Batrider or Ibarra. I want Electric Basement to be a thing. It could be. It could be. If I catch up with all the shit I'm working on, it's definitely a possibility. I've like slowly slumped down. I began the stream all the way up like this. By the end, it's just my head in the frame. When's part 3 of Beat 'em Up History? Oh, me and Krieger are talking about it. Don't you worry. That shit's coming. The reason why I was like, Krieger, sorry, but we're going to have to do part 3 again is because there's a lot of shit I want to talk about in part 3 that we didn't talk about in the original recording. And also the original recording was like 8 hours long. So this is me in part 3. I'm like, we're talking about like Ninja Gaiden in 8 hours, and I'm like, oh yeah, fucking Ninja Gaiden's great, man. I was like crashing. I was like about to fucking pass out. So we're redoing part 3, and we're gonna be talking about like Spike Out and all this stuff I want to talk about. So it's happening. It's totally happening. We're talking about. We're messaging about it. What's your favorite shmup that isn't a cave game? Good question, Robbie. Because the shmup that comes to my mouth immediately is Grega. I'd say Battle Grega. But is that true, or is that just my reflex? I'm trying to think if there's another shmup that's not a cave game that I play that I like more than Grega. I mean, I really like Radiant Silvergun a lot, and I really like Zero Ranger a lot. But I'm still gonna give it to Grega. So Battle Grega is the answer there. Yeah, Dragon's Crown. It's gotcha schlock. It kind of is. I mean, just the combat. I know, like I said, I know Iconicast loves it, but I don't know. I can't get into it. Do you see that game M2 is making for Compile Heart? I didn't. Everyone in the chat should all pool our money together like a big streamer house. Oh, that would be cool. Do an Airbnb? Yeah, that'd be cool. Yes, I'm going to do a detailed review of Resi 6. That's happening. Probably not next month because we got to get through Resi 5. But probably like December, January, there will be this tome of Resident Evil 6, yeah. When is my Cuphead review coming? When I feel like that's one of those videos where I need to be kind of in that mood to perfectly capture. You know what I mean? It's like with the arcade, like for example, the video I just did, the arcade, the death of the arcade design video. That video has been in my head for months, but I needed to find like that perfect like. Okay, I mean, I'm ready. I'm in the mind frame now to really deliver it. I think Cuphead's kind of like that because that's gonna be a shit show. When I do that review, people are gonna be pissed. So I got to be prepared. I got to prepare myself for that one. Have you ever played Dodonpachi Maximum? I have. The mobile Dodonpachi game. I have played it. It's all right. It's kind of cool. As far as mobile shmups are, it's kind of cool. Thoughts on Rain World? Never played Rain World. Let's take a look at Rain World. What the hell is this? Survival platforming game. I've never even heard of this. Looks kind of interesting though. Isn't it crazy how many like random interesting indie platformers are just floating out there in the universe? Waiting to be discovered. It's pretty wild if you think about it. So just there's probably like, in all honesty, there's probably like the best platformer ever made, or one of the best platformers ever made, just hanging out on Steam somewhere that none of us really care about or know about. Yeah, probably like that. There's probably, if that feels kind of possible to me. And we're all talking about, oh man, the new Mario game. Meanwhile, this like fucking amazing platformer's on Steam and nobody even knows it exists. Do I like Symphony of Night? I don't know yet, Doombai, because I've played it enough to really appreciate its strengths, but I haven't played it enough to really assess its weaknesses, if that makes sense. So like, Symphony of Night, I've played for like an hour, and I just play that first hour of the game all the time. Like, I play Symphony of Night for an hour, and then I like don't feel like continuing, and then I just play the game for that hour again 3 months later or whatever. So I've never like progressed far enough in the game to really assess it. But like Symphony of Night comes in hot, right? It has such a strong start. It's got that cool cutscene, you know, what is a man or whatever. And then you have like the graphics, the visuals, the backdash cancels, the swords, Alucard. Like it starts off so hot, but I really don't know how it plays out all the way through. So, so far, yes, but I'm not totally sure. I have to actually finish the game first before I can, or get further at least before I can tell. Yes, will I go to Bush and Ryuka asked? Would I go to Japan one day? Yes, I am planning to go to Japan at some point in the future. Yes, and visiting the arcades is top priority. What is the condiment you hate most? Oh, this guy's firing them off. JS 200 gigabytes is like, got a bunch of them. What condiment do I hate the most? Horseradish, I guess? What kind of aesthetic would you like to see Cave make if they made another game? I would like to see a Mushi. I would like to see Mushi come back, or a Guange. One of those. A Mushi style or a Guange style, visually. What is your greatest gaming achievement? Well, that's a tough one. I mean, the Dodonpachi 2-all is definitely up there, but I've done some other good shit. Like, I've won Melee tournaments multiple times against some pretty stiff competition, locally, of course. But still, that was pretty impressive. I feel like my Wanted Dead No Death run isn't the greatest, but it's like pretty freaking good. And I'm pretty sure I'm the only one. I mean, there might be only a few other people who have that. I've also... what was the other one that I did that was really... Oh! My Maniac Batman Returns 1cc That one's pretty good. My Garega 1cc is up there. Probably though, just because it was such a crazy experience, I'm gonna go with my Dodonpachi Tual, because that thing was just fucking nuts. And it was just playing, it was literally playing Dodonpachi for like a year and a few months, like a year and 3 months, just non-stop, all the time. It's got to be up there. The DDP Tual has to be it. Even though I think my fighting game stuff is pretty close. How will you play RSG then, mister? I played that motherfucker on the Saturn. Oh, because I gave away my Saturn. Good question. I didn't think that through. I guess I played on the PC port or on the 360 port. Oh, I'm glad you're liking this style of stream. Yeah, we're just chatting, talking to the chat, going through the topics. Why is there a link to Tekken 8? It asks you when you start the stream what game, because it's gaming, what game. I was like, fuck it, Tekken 8. Because I thought people would talk about Tekken 8 in the stream, so that's what I went with. So that's why it's Tekken 8. Yeah, because it asked you what game. I could have left it alone, but I was like, yeah, probably Tekken 8. We're going to talk about that. But we didn't. I'm just reading through, making sure I didn't miss any questions. Oh, why won't... I would love to see M2 port Psycho. Like, doing a collection of, like, a Psycho collection, like a proper Psycho collection by M2. That would be great. So those games need some love, too. Yeah, that... Oh, Super Power Man said that. Wish M2 would do top 5, would do a best of Psycho. Yeah, me too. Did you see the pending Tomb Raider remake bundle for Switch? I'm not a big Tomb Raider guy. Not the, you know, I think it's just that style of game. That's like an exploration game, right? So that's not really my thing. I don't think Tomb Raider has like combat, does it? Maybe like a little bit. And then I was supposed to do a hot take. I'll save the hot take for the very final point. Okay, we're gonna do these 2 questions and we're calling it good. You guys have been super generous, by the way, and I really appreciate that. I mean, that's awesome. I've never had this many freaking super chats in my life. So, I mean, maybe like, of course, like separately, but never all in one stream. That's amazing. That's so cool. I really appreciate that. That's really awesome, you guys. What's your best video in your opinion? My favorite you made is Resident Evil 4 Remake is peak remake culture. That's up there, Doomby. That's definitely up there as one of my best. And the reason why is because I feel like it's such a good lead into my channel. It's such a good, like, oh, this is a relevant topic, but I'm coming at it from an angle that literally no one else is thinking of. And it's such a good, like, entry into my channel and what I think. So that one's definitely up there. And of course is like highly popular, which I really appreciate. But what is my best video? That's a legitimately interesting question. Like, what would I consider my best video? See, because there's like videos that I think are super important. Like, I would say the video I just did now, the Death of the Arcade video, is like legitimately pretty important because it's all of my thoughts on some pretty important subjects put together. But I wouldn't say it's necessarily my best. I'm literally opening my channel and looking what I would consider my best video. And it'd be funny because it probably doesn't line up with what other people think. So I'm going through. Well, what one did I think was just fucking amazing? My Street Fighter review was really fucking good. Is Street Fighter 6 actually good? That video I think is really up there as one of my bests. Cause that fucking, it's like a feature-length movie of me reviewing, of like going hard. But I don't know. I still don't know if it's my best. I'm going through here. This is kind of fun. Resi 4 is really high up there for sure. The Resident Evil 4 remake culture is not masterpiece. And I even get fucking Eyes Wide Shut references in there. That's pretty fucking awesome. Going through. What is a shmup? That one I think is really good. But yeah, I would put it as my best. One video that was I'll give you a behind the scenes on one of these videos. One video that was like fucking super hard. One of the hardest videos I ever made that no one would ever think about is my Fight and Rage developer interview. My Fight and Rage developer interview was legitimately one of the hardest videos I ever made on this channel because English is not a second language for him necessarily. Like it's like he can kind of speak English but not fluently. And so when we're having that interview, like he is trying to like speak English, but he's like I'm kind of having to walk him through it. So I edited that video, the Fight and Rage developer interview, into him speaking fluent English, literally word by word. I mean, I was like a hip hop producer, word by word, constructing his sentences into English. So that I didn't just edit that video. I like basically translated his actual spoken words into sentences and stuff. That one was so hard. It took like a week or something crazy to do. So that was one where no one would ever point to this video and be like, oh man, this was highly edited, highly refined. And I made it, I think I made it sound pretty, like he's flowing, he's talking. I made it like sound like he was fluent in English, but he wasn't. I pieced together his sentences for him. Whoa, that one was crazy. That one was so much work. So that one I think's, that one was an undertaking. It's not my best video, but that one was certainly an undertaking. It's so hard to say. Because also my videos kind of are in like different eras. I kind of think of them as like different eras of my video making style and understanding. So for example, let me find the video that was groundbreaking for me. I think it was, here's a funny one. So my Radiant Silvergun, the RPG shoot 'em up in-depth review, that one, it's not my best video, but it was like one of my more groundbreaking videos because I learned how to edit videos kind of like properly, I guess you could say, while working on that video. And I was like, oh my God, I understand video editing on that one. And that was 2 years ago. So that was kind of like the turning point for me with video editing. I still had a long way to go, but that was like one of them where I kind of figured out video editing to some degree. Greatest shmups of all time. That one's really good. But also, like I said, what I tend to value is like, I tend to value when I really communicate really well. Which isn't the same thing as like being really well edited sometimes. So I gotta... So like one of my better ever videos was my Zero Ranger interview. As far as like communicating and like really getting a lot out of the people and stuff. That's more of the podcasting side of things. I better just answer this. Ikaruga is not a puzzle game. That was my that one isn't very popular. But I remember Ikaruga is not a puzzle game. It was one of the very first videos I made where I was like, That's a fucking good video. Ikaruga is not a puzzle game. Because I was figuring out like editing and all that stuff. That was another turning point for me. Ikaruga is not a puzzle game, so that one's really important. I'm going through. A lot of videos I really love. So it's hard for me to really be objective about this. I'm trying to be like, what's the most effective video, you know? Like, I love the True Last Boss and TLB podcast episode, but that's not a video. I really turn the corner. Oh, Japanese versus European shoot 'em up design. That's another really good one. But I think I really turned the corner in terms of my video editing on what video? What video is like the real turning point in terms of like I am now kind of making more like mainstreamly palatable YouTube videos? Probably around the Psycho tier list is when that starts to happen. That starts to shift. I also love my Wanted Dead review. I forgot, even 7 months ago, I was still using a green screen. Resident Evil 4 Remake is lame and everyone will love it. That's the one where I'm standing in the office and like acting things out. Yeah, you're right. That was a long-winded exploration to say, yeah, you're right. My Resident Evil 4 video is my best. But after that, I think I'm really putting up some really good ones, too. I feel like I'm putting up some real contenders after that point. Like my Virtua Fighter 5 video, I love that video. From last week, the Virtua Fighter 5 one. That one's fucking great. Yeah, so... And the arcade video I just did. Yeah, I'm just, yeah. I think he's right though. I think in all summary at this point, why video game critique is dead is good. That one's such a fun. That's a really good one. That's a really good one. But yeah, probably yeah. My Resident Evil 4 remake video is probably my best video. Yeah, probably. Fight Rage. So fun fact, little behind the scenes is that after I did my Fight and Rage video, Under the Mayo contacted me and he's like, "Oh, I loved your Fight and Rage video. Do you want to come on my channel and talk about your channel and talk about Fight and Rage and all that?" I was like, "Hell yeah, let's do that." And then I dropped my Resident Evil 4 remake video and never heard from him again. I think that video was like scared him away. So yeah, he liked that Fight and Rage video. Have you considered wearing a suit and tie for your videos? I actually have, Enma. I actually bought. Yes, I have a suit and tie, and I have thought about wearing them for a video to be funny. So, yeah, I have actually thought about that. Just not every video, but like for a video. Oh, thanks. Sent me something to my PayPal. Thanks, Cerberus. I'll take a look at it. Blue Revolver. That's such a fun one. The ones with me and Dambo and Bog. I think there's 2 of them, right? That's such a fun group. We need to get Dambo back. We need to get him back. We need to get him back on the channel. Yeah, Dambo plus Boghog plus me. That was such a fun time. Yeah, I love the podcast stuff. It's cringe when people have a costume for every video. It is, but there's a way to do it that's kind of fun. You know what I mean? I definitely know what you mean. Like when you see YouTubers who like who put on costumes for videos, it is cringe. That's 100%. It works when you do it and it's kind of like dumb. That's when it's kind of fun. I think that's like when you it's kind of unexpected. That's when it's kind of fun. Yeah, or it's just kind of weird or kind of like off. That's when it's fun. Like if I wear a suit for a video where I shouldn't be wearing one, then it works and it's funny. Have I ever thought about collaborating with Shmuptopia? Yeah. But these days I don't think I'm trying to think. When was the last time? Should only be done ironically. Or stupidly. Like, if it's stupid enough, you have to do it. Like with me wearing the mullet. Like me wearing the mullet for Lords of Thunder. It was so stupid, you have to do it. Like, sometimes if it's like Phoenix Wright or something like that, it's gotta be stupid. Then it's funny. It works. If it's like if I'm doing a James Bond review and I wear a suit, that's cheesy, right? It's cringe. But if it's, I don't know, it's hard to describe, but if it's stupid enough, it works. Like, I remember one video I wore like Iron Man glasses for some fucking reason. Or when I did like Star Fox, I wore like sunglasses. It has to be dumb enough for it's kind of funny. I think also too, okay, here's what it is. My friend with the Japanese name, is that what makes it cringe is when people kind of look put together and nice and like dolled up. So like if I wore a suit and I really like did it properly and I had like a nice clean suit and I like did my hair and I looked very put together, that's when it's cringe. But if I wear a suit but then I just look like I got out of a like I've been in the suit for days and I look kind of homeless or something, like you look a little funky, then it's funny. You can't look too good. It's my point. Like, you can't look too put together. You always have to look a little fucked up. In fact, that's one reason why I don't like, in my YouTube videos, you'll notice I'm never too like groomed or styled. Like, I never fully style myself because it looks a little too much. So I'm always like a little fucked up looking in all my videos. That's kind of the idea. That's how it rolls. That's how it is. Like, cause I'm mostly a male audience, and you don't want to look too cute for a male audience. It just doesn't work. You gotta look a little fucked up. Yeah. Well, it's just, I think also it's just, it makes it feel a little too overproduced, right? Like, it's a little too overproduced if you're too dolled up. You have to be, like, you're kind of doing it, but you're not going too far with it. I think that's where it works. Yeah, Schmidt. What are you doing, Celeb Schmidt? You should be asleep, Schmidt. What are you doing up? It does. It is the save room. That's why. This room is straight up from 19... When does Resident Evil take place? Resident Evil takes place in, like, I don't know, some weird future, and that's this. My office takes place. It's from the 1980s. I work in the 1980s, so it's perfect. I won't be in this office forever, probably, but probably for the foreseeable future. Though I have my shed too. I just haven't been in the shed because my neighbors. I told you earlier in the stream, my fucking neighbors fuck up all my recordings. Partying, fighting with their girlfriend, revving their cars, motherfuckers. And it's always like, okay, it's 3 a.m. There's no way. They gotta be asleep by now, right? There's 3 a.m. They're coming out in 3 a.m. for God's sake. What are they doing? Yeah, so. But when it becomes wintertime, I can use my shed again. Acting in the shed, fog in the basement, yeah. When it comes wintertime, I can use the shed again, though, because they don't go outside in the winter. It's too cold. 3 a.m. truly is the perfect time to rev your shitty engine in your car. That's the perfect time to do it, dude. Perfect. That's the time to do it. Just go out to your... This guy does. He goes out to his truck. Just... And it's not just that it interrupts my broadcast, but I can't have them hear me recording. You know, I get self-conscious. I can't have my crazy-ass neighbors hearing me recording and thinking I'm crazy. It just won't work. So anyway, when winter comes around, you'll probably see the shed a little bit more. And since it's summer, they're just partying. Okay, fellas. I'm literally putting on a timer for 2 minutes. And in 2 minutes, I'm going to just turn off the stream. I won't even say goodbye. Exactly. It's 3 a.m. and I'm fucking talking about fucking who knows what. They think I'm the crazy person. That's the annoying part. Oh yeah, 2 minutes for the hot take. Yeah. Well, they're teenagers, so they think I'm this weird old guy at this point, probably. Okay, 2 minutes for a hot take. I'm kind of... Yeah, it has been fun. Yeah, we gotta shut it down. Shut it down. 2 minutes might be... Hot take might be hard. Because I'm so... I've been firing off so many hot takes, I don't know if I have any left. Oh, Bammed. Bam's caught one. Shmups have bad scoring systems because many of them have loops, milking, or suffer from Ikeda syndrome. Dying or bombing murder your score. Oh yeah, I'm not a big... Well, I really appreciate the donations, dude. That was super generous of you. Yeah, this was a fun stream. And I just kind of was like, it might be fun to stream. That was kind of the motivation. I was like, it might be fun to kind of chat with people and stream. Okay. I am beginning the timer now. All right. No, I gotta begin the timer when I have a hot take. Give me a minute. I gotta think of my hot take here. I'm gonna have it be a gaming related one. I feel like I had one the other day. See, like, I dropped some hot takes every set timer every time I get a donation. Well, I feel a little exploitive. I mean, I like the idea, but I feel a little dirty doing that. I'd feel a little dirty doing that. Oh, that's a cool idea. Shouldn't have focus. Forspoken has more interesting combat than Spider-Man. That one is... The problem with that, though, is, like, I don't care about either Forspoken or Spider-Man, so it's like, just let the dogs fight it out. Oh yeah, I know streamers do those types of things. I just get a little self-conscious about it. You know, I really do. I get a little self-conscious, that kind of thing. Not that I'm against it or anything. I just personally get a little self-conscious. When are you going to review Gravity Circuit? Is that the platinum one? Oh yeah, it's like a time extend in Initial D. Oh yeah, absolutely. The 3D rail shooter genre is so underdeveloped. Yes, I know. I'm thinking Meow. I'm thinking Mew. I'm thinking what the hot take is. Oh, that's really cool, Bammed. Are you serious? Because I would enjoy some help. I would actually enjoy some help with those. I've been messaging people and like, everyone, you know, everyone's kind of over it, so that would be great. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe I should shit talk Oh, here it is. All right, here's the hot take. I've been saving this one. Okay, here we go. Start the timer. All right, chat. Here's a hot take for you. I've been thinking about this one. Okay, so here's the hot take. It's about a little game series called The Legend of Zelda. And the hot take is that if you go ahead and you look up Zelda, why does Zelda have its own genre? Like, if you go up, it's like adventure. Adventure does not exist. There's literally like no other game out there that's adventure other than Legend of Zelda. And so I was thinking like, okay, let's actually give Legend of Zelda a genre, like, and like really think about it. So I really thought about it, and I was like, okay, it could kind of be an RPG, but they've had that discussion, and it's not quite an RPG because it doesn't have like the dynamic leveling system. And then I figured it out. Here it is. The Legend of Zelda is a Metroidvania. Zelda is identical to Metroid and Super Metroid in terms of everything. In terms of the way its mechanics works, in terms of the way its progression works, in terms of the way its level design works. It is a Metroidvania. So there you go. There's my hot take. Legend of Zelda is a Metroidvania. It is. Think about it. There's literally, in fact, there's like a ROM hack that combines Super Metroid and Legend of Zelda together. It is a Metroidvania. There is no difference between Zelda and a Metroidvania. There's none. It is a Metroidvania. It's just people don't think about it in that term, but there's no difference between Zelda and a Metroidvania at all. They are exactly the same. So there you go. It's just Zelda is top down and Super Metroid is side scrolling. But other than that, they are exactly the same genre. Yeah, the two new ones, I'm talking classic Zelda here. I'm talking Link to the Past. Metroid is a Zelda-vania, exactly. Yeah, no, Zelda is a Metroidvania. People never thought about that, have they? I was thinking of doing a video about that and just annoying the shit out of Nintendo fans, but it is true. There's really no other way to... There's no denying it. There's no way to say it's not a Metroidvania. It literally does everything a Metroidvania does. Exactly. So, there you go. Yeah. They are Metroidvania. Pretty good, huh? I might make a video about that. I've been saving that one. And call it Zelda is a Metroidvania. Just as like maybe I'll do that for like the Halloween video as my scary video. Scare the Nintendo fans. Zelda-vania, Zelda Metroidvania. Alrighty, folks. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for donating. It was super generous of you all doing that. It's a really fun stream. I'll probably do another one of these in either next whatever day this is now, Saturday, Sunday night, or I'll do one in 2 weeks from now. It was fun though. I'll use the same thumbnail too, so you know it's the same kind of style of stream. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was cool chatting with you all and kind of getting to know people better. Adios.